Do your bathroom reno in one day. A lot of times they just plaster a shower over the old one. That sounds disgusting, I know. And here's another problem. A lot of times it's twice what you would normally pay. I know you wouldn't think that because it's one day, but Brad says he routinely sees bids for twice what his is. And you're getting better work out of Brad. Why would you not use Brad Bell? From Huntsville to Mobile, from Anniston to Tuscaloosa, all points in between. Brad Bell. If you missed this number, reach out to me on social media, email me, I'll get it to you. 205-422-1758. Brad Bell, A-plus tile and home remodeling. 205-422-1758.
Well, Brown won't say it, but I'll say it. Thank you guys for your support over the last 18 months to 2 years. Without your great support and all our wonderful sponsors, Brown's bathroom would still suck today.
It'd still be dated.
Yeah.
I'd still be showering there and crapping there, but it'd still be dated.
Brown, according to Todd in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, this could get you excited. Steak bet should be taken care of this weekend at Jack Ruby's Steakhouse at the Galt Hotel. As we roll up there, it's in our hotel apparently. Jack Ruby Steakhouse.
First of all, it is Jeff Ruby. Jack Ruby's the guy that shot Lee Harvey Oswald.
Well, that's why I thought that's the only reason I was saying this. I thought it was Jack Ruby Steakhouse. I thought it was going to be tied to your conspiracy theories.
I don't know how much business they would do based on Jack Ruby.
The logo was.
You only get one shot to order.
They're known for their shots.
I think even Dick's is closed in Chicago now, isn't it?
I'll take the old grassy knoll appetizer if you don't mind.
The grassy knoll salad.
Yeah, grassy knoll salad.
Yeah.
It's going to get inappropriate very quickly. Rockstar, say it. You got one.
I'm down.
Okay.
We'll take the Book Dispensary cheese platter, please.
I'd like a Moscow Mule. We call it the KGB. Hey,
what about the headshot hamburger?
Lance.
Oh, yeah, I'm the bad guy now.
Yeah. Too soon, 1963.
Lance.
Bring me the shrimp cocktail.
I'll take the LBP&J.
Oh, wow.
LBJ.
Hey, the Book Depository burrito for trip. All right, so Jeff Ruby's is in our hotel. I have already checked. I know this will come as no surprise to you. In fact, I checked Dunaway when you and I were driving back from the BJCC Saturday night.
Honest to goodness, that's why I love dating you. You plan out every date.
I hate it when Rockstar does that. I really hate it when you say that kind of stuff. You cannot get a reservation, so we're going to have to try the bar.
Sit at the bar?
Yeah, which I'm fine with.
Yeah, me too. I get to talk to other people other than you.
I tried to get a reservation. You cannot get one until Sunday night. We'll be long gone Sunday night, but I am willing at any time to sit at the bar.
You're willing? That's awesome.
I am, because I want to try Jeff Ruby's. I've never had a steak at Jeff Ruby's. They've got one in Nashville now, but it's one of those national places that everybody's like, oh, if you can get a Jeff Ruby's steak.
I've never even heard of it.
Have you not?
I have not either.
It's a well-known steakhouse.
But I might join you guys Friday night.
When are we going to know if Lance is going?
I don't know. This is a moving target.
I need one good night of sleep.
Okay.
Oh, we got trivia tonight.
Yeah. All right, so Lance is back out. Back out.
We may find out on Friday. I like that. Richard goes the Magic Bullet brisket.
I'm willing to go. We're going to sit at the bar, though. I've tried to get reservations at all times. Like, they take reservations up until 10 o'clock, and you still can't get one.
All right.
So I'm sure a lot of people, knowing that Louisville was a place they could go in the tournament.
Different shots on their drink menu. You can name them after different suspects and conspiracy theories.
Absolutely.
Kyler Murray not ready for the season, according to Ian Rappaport. Austin Eckler says he's only going to make $6.25 million without a new contract, or if he gets traded. Calls himself one of the most underpaid deliverers in the NFL right now.
Agreed.
O.J. Howard to the Las Vegas Raiders. Isaiah McKenzie to Indianapolis. That is some of the NFL notes I couldn't get to. I was going to do a whole segment on Willis Reed. Dies at the age of 80. Probably the most iconic moment in sports history that none of us ever saw live, but we saw him. How many times have we been told about Willis Reed coming out of the locker room? Great moment. Two-time NBA champion with the New York Knicks. Golden State in Dallas tonight. Golden State 8-29 on the road, and still a good team. They're at Dallas tonight. Bet accordingly. That is our show today. Despite my rooting interest last night in the World Baseball Classic, I will end traditionally with God bless you and God bless America. Until next time.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, Taylor Korn has checked into the chat already before we get going, chatting up everybody over there. Lunsford's over there. You can jump in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room as we get going live here today on this Thursday. It is Thursday, right?
It is Thursday. Sweet 16 Thursday, Dunaway. Come on, man.
Before we head up to Louisville after the show to get ready for our live show tomorrow at O'Shea's right next to the Yum Center. We get going, though, with a little NIT, that other tournament that is going on, where UAB has advanced to the semifinals next Tuesday against Las Vegas. What a night for UAB. They beat Vanderbilt 67-59. For UAB fans, you will hear a lot about them being 3-0 against the SEC, albeit against Georgia, South Carolina, and Vanderbilt. But Vanderbilt's playing pretty good basketball, and they were 11-7 in the SEC. And last night, UAB won it with their defense, 67-59. And they now move on to the NIT, where they play, wait for it, a game we would not go to if it was in November at Bartow Arena, Utah Valley. It sounds like a November game, but Utah Valley's playing good basketball.
When they pop the bracket up, I'm like, okay, UAB is going to get to play Cincinnati. That's a little old school Conference USA game. Huggy Bear used to bring Cincinnati in. Andy's been an interim coach and an assistant at Cincinnati. What a great storyline. What happened? Utah Valley happened.
Yeah. Utah Valley.
I don't even know who Utah Valley is.
I had them last night. I had UAB and Utah Valley.
Oh, Lance's NIT plays of the year hit, Jim.
My U-twofer of the year, two U's, UAB and Utah Valley.
Do y'all know the Utah Valley mascot?
Utah Valley, they are the
Bumblebees.
slopes.
No. Rockstar, I want you to pull this because they're the Wolverines.
A valley and skiing wouldn't go together with
But their logo, to me, looks nothing like a Wolverine.
So they're the Wolverines, much like Michigan.
Yep.
So they just went Wolverines. We're just going to copy Michigan.
Utah Valley Wolverines. So
Cincinnati came back, tied that game up in the second half. It got a little dicey.
Yeah, let's don't get too far away on Utah Valley, away from what UAB did last night with a 67-59 win, but he's about to show us the Utah
Valley.
There
it is over on the right side of the screen. Well,
Wolverine there. There
it
is.
That is not. That's not the way I envision Wolverine looking.
It's more like a saber-toothed tiger without saber teeth.
Looks like a badger.
Saber teeth, I like that.
A saber-toothed tiger without the saber teeth.
It doesn't look like a badger.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, if you ask me, hey, this is a college mascot. What is their mascot? I would say they are.
I would say mountain lions.
Mountain lions, maybe. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, it looks like on. Did you guys used to call it Cartoon Day back when you were a kid?
On Saturday mornings?
Yeah. Oh. I mean, back in the day, way back.
Eat cereal and freaking watch
cartoons.
Tons of cartoons.
Because cartoons didn't really come on Monday through Friday back in the day. It was just Saturday mornings. And
we're so spoiled as a society now.
We are. Cartoons all the time. Cartoon channels, even.
Again, HBO had 3 movies they ran throughout the day.
And then here we, that's right, it would be one, and it would start over again all day long.
Sadly, I would go back to those times.
You would?
Yeah. Simpler times, man.
Simpler times.
That was back when UAB used to be a dominant team in the 80s in the NCAA tournament. Maybe they're on their way back. What do you make of this? Here's I'm going to throw 2 stats out for you.
Give me 2 stats.
A program record 28 wins, and Jelly Walker gets a now season record at UAB with 698 total points for a season. He's now the record holder in one season. Digest those 2 stats for me, and what do they mean to you?
Well, go ahead.
Well, you can't overlook school record wins. I mean, I don't care. I mean, you only can play the level you're playing in. It's not, is this the old, give me the conference history, Metro Conference?
For UAB?
Yeah, for UAB.
Never in the Metro.
Sun Belt. Back in the day.
Great Midwest. Conference
USA. So,
now American.
This iteration of the Conference USA is not what some of those were. So it is hard to compare, but a school record of wins is a school record of wins.
Yeah, look, 28 wins is great, but have they ever played 37 games in a season? You play more games now.
You do.
Especially when you're in the NIT to the semifinals for the 3rd time in program history.
Is this the first time in Vegas? Like, I don't keep up with the NIT anymore. I'm doing it because UAB's in it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm sure they were going to Madison Square.
We usually have a rule on this show. We do not talk about the NIT. We're being forced to do that because UAB's having such success in it. But we're not NIT people. Does anybody know how long has it been out of New York? Is this the first year it's in Las Vegas?
I'm going to guess this is the first year.
Seems like
Somebody told me last night it was in New Orleans.
Yeah, it's at Orleans Arena in Las Vegas. And it's the NIT, which forever was at Madison Square Garden. But that was news to me, too. But UAB's in there. If you want to talk about the game at all, Trey Jemison, 17-12. They win the game last night, 67-59. UAB plays Tuesday, 8:30, out in Las Vegas on ESPN2 against Utah Valley in the semifinals. And as Andy said in the postgame, if we've got two more, right? Two more guys, as he told the guys in the locker room. You can find that on our social media platform. There's Lunsford's look at the Orleans Arena there.
Well, that's pretty cool looking arena. 2023 is the first time it will be held at Orleans Arena, according to the Wikipedia.
Yeah, I will tell you, there is a casino in that place.
You think so?
It looks just like a casino.
I mean, you can go to a Porta-John in Vegas and place a bet.
2024, Hinkle Fieldhouse on the campus of Butler University.
Oh, so we're moving it around.
Yeah,
now.
so they're moving it around now from MSG.
All right, off to Las Vegas they go. It's run by the NCAA tournament now. For UAB, though, if I can try to get a little bit more out of this from you guys on UAB, do you
Jim, what do you want us to do? All right, let me read the box score to you. Jelly Walker lands 37 minutes last night, 7 of 22, 1 of 8 from beyond the arc, 6 of 6 from the stripe, 21 points.
But
he also had 7 assists.
I thought the play of the game, Jordan Wright hits a 3 to cut it to 2, and Jelly Walker just flat out, we're not going to milk any clock. We're going to take it down. He throws the alley-oop to Trey Jemison, and that ball game was over.
So Jelly's now sets the record, all-time one single season scoring record. He's in the record books there.
We're not going to do the starting lineup all-time of UAB, but Jelly Walker's probably there.
I think so, yeah. I think so.
He just set the record for the best season ever.
Yeah.
But I'm hesitant.
Steve Mitchell's there.
Yeah, and so is Oliver Robinson.
Jerome Mincy, maybe.
Yeah.
Taylor twins.
You
Squeaky Johnson.
I feel like you joke a little bit,
No,
but
he's serious.
but a little bit of the Taylor twins.
I don't know.
Squeaky. I mean, what about Squeaky?
No, they were good. No
Squeaky
doubt.
was big.
They weren't Jelly Walker.
I mean, AK, he's not just a pretty face. AK could play some hoop back in the day.
Alan Ogg.
Alan Ogg's in the conversation.
I'll fight you for my guy Mo Finley. I love me some Mo Finley.
I like me some Mo Finley too.
Yeah. And Norman Ankrum, any of those big guys, Spears back in the day that sort of anchored that team that went to the Elite
Robert
Eight.
Vaden, outside of the one time he went 0 for 21 or something against Memphis.
Yeah. I don't know if – I mean, it's hard to say Jelly wouldn't be on there.
In the discussion.
He'd be in the discussion. He may be the Colin Sexton of the conversation.
Landmine believer, better UAB coach, Mike Anderson or Andy Kennedy? I mean, Mike took him to the Sweet 16, but
Got to go Mike right now.
that was a different conference too, though. I mean, that was a multi-bid conference Mike did that in.
Yeah, but he still, once he got into the NCAA tournament.
I know.
He had a run. Right now, I'd go Mike Anderson.
Yeah.
I think I would Andy with a chance to pass him.
Yeah.
Give Andy, I mean, Andy's going to be in more of a conference like Mike was in starting next year in the American.
Yeah, I don't think Andy has any desire to do this. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think he's very content playing out his career at UAB now.
I agree.
But I would love to see Andy with a job like Arkansas, because you look back in retrospect now, what Ole Miss hasn't been able to do since they fired Andy.
Yeah, they were a lot better under Andy than they have been since Andy.
Could be changing with Chris Beard very soon.
Oh,
but,
it will.
But UAB wins last night. They're off to the semifinals with Utah Valley coming up next Tuesday. The NIT takes a break now for the national championship tournament to crank up tonight with the Sweet 16. We'll get into that and a bunch of stuff here in a little bit. But let's start off by telling you a great place for lunch today. Our friends at Slice Pizza. Swing by there. I love to get 2 slices in a salad, which is a deal they have on. You can go 1 slice in a salad. You can just get a whole daggum pizza right there at Slice.
What and you know, it's one of the few pizzas I can eat the entire pizza. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah. I feel bad sometimes. You know, not bad. I feel guilty sometimes doing it.
Yeah.
But I can easily do it.
Yeah.
Easily.
What 2 slices would you get today?
Hot Mama and a soul pie no onion.
Hot Mama and the spicy Hawaiian.
I think I would go Wing and a Prayer and the spicy Hawaiian.
Oh, Hot Mama has been kicked out of your rotation.
No. It was never really in it till you brought it up. I tried it. I think it's really good. The hot honey drizzle is just so unique. That's what you get. It's local pizza, local ingredients. My good friend, the late Jeff Bajai, is the guy that created this. He started at Domino's, had multiple Domino's locations across Birmingham. He taught me how to cook a pizza. He absolutely hated the way I did it because I put too much sauce on it. I don't know if you guys are sauce guys, but I like my sauce seeping over the side.
seeping.
Not really.
Oh, I'm a big sauce guy.
I mean, I like it to be a really good crust to sauce ratio.
Well, look, the crust is the best thing about sliced pizza. I mean, that really makes the pizza. I know you agree with that. But just get in. Great specialty pizzas. Jeff, Jason, Chris, Bajalias do just an incredible job with this concept. 4 locations for you: Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. For more information, go to slicebirmingham.com.
All right, so we get back to the NCAA tournament tonight. 4 of the Sweet 16 games tonight, 4 tomorrow night. Of course, Alabama plays tomorrow night. Later in the show, final hour, we'll have live coverage from up in Louisville, where the Alabama players and then Nate Oates will be on the podium. I do want to jump in first to Ryan Brown, who's been doing this Ken Palm list for us leading into Selection Sunday and the first weeks of the tournament. He tells me now he doesn't think the analytics will change anymore, that historically speaking, he is down to the list that the national champion will come from. Am I framing that up correctly?
I think that's right. Now, I got to be honest with you. My name is not Ken Pomeroy, so you might not want to trust me on this, but I'll give you an example.
Okay,
yes,
well,
go ahead,
before
Lance.
you do it, how many teams do you think can realistically win this thing now out of 16?
So realistically, 16 could, Lance.
Oh, stop.
Oh, yeah, Princeton.
I don't
say
like
them lifting the
I don't
dribble.
like hypotheticals. Right now, 16 teams are still alive for the national championship. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I've got 7.
I've got 5.
I've got 7.
I've
Wow,
got 5.
Lance went more than you. After you started 16, Lance goes 7, you go 5.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're going to play in fantasy world, 5.
You know, I don't know how quickly these things can change, but for those that haven't followed this since we started it back in January, Ken Pomeroy does a basketball analytics site called KenPom, kenpom.com, and you will hear every coach in America reference this thing. They love this thing. And since its advent in 2002, Lunsford is showing to you on the screen what it looks like. Since its advent in 2002, every single national champion, every one of them since its advent, has finished the season, including the NCAA tournament games, top 40 offense and top 25 defense. He does adjusted offensive efficiency, adjusted defensive efficiency. Every single one of them have been top 40 offense, top 25 defense. That's every national championship since 2002. So I got to think this probably matters, right? So here are your teams. Now, the reason I say I don't think it's going to change, and I want to give this disclaimer, it does include all the NCAA tournament games. But for instance, Kansas State right now is 17th defensively, 46th offensively. Do I think they can score enough points if they play the rest of the games to move from 46 to 40? I don't know. I don't think they can. I don't think they could score that much above their average, but I could be incorrect on that.
Okay.
You know,
just stick to the script.
I'm going to stick to the script, and I'm going to give you the teams that qualify, and I think this will be the final cut right here.
Who's closer? Is it higher than his 7, under his 7 of number of teams?
It's going to be under my 7.
It's 6.
It's 6, so it's right between us.
Yeah, right between you guys.
Okay.
It's 6. All right.
All right.
We'll start. I'm just going to do these in order of the way they are defensively. That's the easiest way to do this. We'll start with UCLA. UCLA is second in adjusted defense, 21st in adjusted offense.
They can do it.
They were one of my 7. Or,
They could do it.
One of my 7.
All these teams, I'm just going to give you teams that can do it.
Were they one of your 5?
They were one of my 5.
The Houston, I'll go ahead and say Alabama. I was going to save them for last, but if I do it in order, Alabama is third defensively, 18th offensively. Easy in the window, Alabama.
Alabama was one of mine too.
One of mine too.
Houston, fourth defensively, 8th offensively. Easy in the window, not changing.
Yeah, one of mine.
Yeah, in fact, my bracket says they actually do it.
Texas, 10th defensively, 15th offensively.
One of mine.
One of mine.
Easy in the window, no change there. Creighton, 13th offensively, 13th defensively, 23rd offensively.
Not one of mine.
Not one of mine.
Y'all have never believed in Creighton.
No, I do.
Yeah.
I have them in
You
the
just
Elite
said
Eight.
it's not one of yours to win the national championship.
There's a difference between winning the national championship and believing in them to make it to the Elite Eight.
Okay.
They just happen to run into
The University of Alabama.
You told me
Yeah, it's a
earlier
tie.
today that you think Creighton's going to knock Alabama out.
I think Creighton is the most dangerous game left on Alabama between here and the Final Four. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'll agree with that.
UConn, 14th defensively, 3rd offensively.
That's my 15.
I've got UConn.
Yeah.
Now I've got 2 more.
I don't
You've
have
got two more?
Yeah.
I am out of teams. Now, let me give you.
Oh, so that's it?
That's it.
Yeah,
Here,
it's the 5 I have in Creighton.
UCLA, Bama, Houston, Texas, Creighton, UConn.
LT is going to try to sell you on Arkansas and Gonzaga being
Well,
the other
let me
teams.
quickly do this, Lance. Arkansas, 15th offensively, 15th defensively, 50th offensively. They'd have to make up 10 points to fit into this window, or 10 spots to fit into
Did
this
not
window.
have Arkansas.
Oh, you did not? Okay. But here's the flaw in analytics.
Okay, please, yes. Argue with science.
No, I'm just going to tell you that that Arkansas, Ken Pom takes into every game that's been played.
That is correct.
Right. Arkansas has a team that is very different than every game they've been
So
played.
you're saying if I only took the Nick Smith Arkansas games, it would be a different picture, potentially.
If you paint the picture of the last 10 or 12 games for Arkansas, I think they probably fall into your dynamic.
So
they lost 6 of their final 10 games.
We're not talking about wins and losses. We're talking about stats, which are usually for losers unless Brown's doing it.
But do you not think – so this goes back to 2002. So we're talking a 20-year window here. Do you not think a 20-year window there's been a team similar to Arkansas whose numbers, if they had their stud player, would be a lot different, but they didn't win the national championship?
Big
They
enough
didn't fit this
sample
category.
size for me is 20 years.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just saying there's a team that has been like Arkansas in this, and still that team hasn't won.
I don't know, Brown. On the flip side of it, usually you lose your star player and play the rest of the time without him, as opposed to not having him because of whatever was going on, and then he comes and plays at the end. I just think Arkansas is a little different, though they were not one of mine.
They were. Okay. Well, I will tell you, the closest to getting in right now are Kansas State and Arkansas. Kansas State 17th defensively, 46th offensively. And Arkansas, I told you, 15th defensively, 50th offensively.
Kansas State, one of yours?
If two more could sneak in, it would be those two. No, I don't think anybody else is
you already
close.
said UCLA, right?
UCLA is in.
Gonzaga was one of mine.
They are way out, Lance. In fact, let me give you Gonzaga.
Well, because their offense is going to be incredible, their defense is going to be awful.
Yes, 75th defensively. Number one offensively, 75th defensively. I mean, his 20 years is going to show you got to be better defensively than that.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, Kansas State would be the other. I mean, Kansas State's just got big wins all over the place.
They do, but let me ask you about this.
But I think they lose to Michigan State, with that said.
Well, that being said, where are we on the Big 12 now?
Oh, it's interesting because they have had a terrible run.
Yeah, I mean, Texas is still alive,
Yeah.
and Kansas State's still
Yeah,
alive.
but their big dog, Kansas, is gone.
Yeah, I do think if
TCU.
Kansas State wins 2 more games and Texas wins 2 more games, then we keep the narrative that the Big 12 was the best all season.
Yeah.
But right now, to your point, the SEC's got more teams alive. I mean, if we just want to use the Sweet 16 for conference domination talk, I mean, the SEC looks better.
In all fairness, because of his history and the reputation, every year the SEC in football plays a lot more high-quality contests. Your SEC teams will show up in strength of schedules a lot better because you're just playing better ranked and considered to be good teams, good games in conference. And that's what the Big 12 was this year. But we get down to it when you're playing other conferences for a championship. Sometimes, your conference doesn't end up standing up. Now, Alabama and Georgia and LSU and those that have won national championships have been able to carry the regular season reputation into the postseason and raise a championship. But the Big 12 basketball this year ended up being a lot like the SEC in football. It was no way around of them playing a big game every night, it seemed like, because they were all so highly ranked.
Yeah,
I think it fed into the computer on itself. It was like,
I think postseason football is the worst way to gauge powers of conferences.
Right.
Because the bowl season is so,
But not the playoffs, though.
No, the playoffs matter to me. Yes, the playoffs do. But, I mean, the question would be, do you think postseason basketball is a great way to determine conference dominance?
Landmine Believer did the stats real quick. Since Nick Smith's return, February 11th, Arkansas is 40th offensively and 31st defensively. It doesn't fall inside the numbers.
It does not. They missed defensively.
Cool. Glad I left them out.
Wow, how about that? I mean, that hurts them a lot defensively. I mean, they went from 15th to 31st.
Yeah, well.
With him.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. Just had a guy reach out to me from the state of Tennessee. He's got a small business. He's like, hey, Simpio, you guys have been talking about that. Give me the hookup information. Give me the contact information. LT will pass that along to you now. If you're like a small business person and do not have my phone number and would like to reach out to Simpio, LT will tell you how to do it.
Yeah, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast is Sympio. When your company joins Sympio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. One of the first phone calls we made was to Blake Patterson and the guys at Sympio. They take care of all the BS. When your business joins Sympio, they'll take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. On average, Sympio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Sympio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467 or Sympio.com.
You know, Daniel makes the point in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Arkansas beat Kansas with Nick Smith playing 16 minutes and only registering a rebound and an assist.
Yeah, there are other players that contributed down the stretch where Nick Smith didn't, which, you know, as Musselman keeps saying, we're still finding our way with the team we are now. He's still adding plays and such. So,
I mean, that would tell you, I don't know, having Nick Smith back, I mean, it doesn't hurt you, but I don't know that it makes Arkansas that much of a different team. I mean, if you can beat Kansas with that guy not scoring a point and only playing 16 minutes, you've got a deep enough team that his absence probably isn't killing you.
Rockstar has our 4 downs today. We'll do that later, but in the first half of the show, Pat Bradley, the shooter, joins us at 11 o'clock. Speaking of Arkansas, he is in Arkansas Great. We'll talk to him about whether or not this Arkansas team can keep this dance going and whether Musselman can keep his shirt on or not. Wendell Green joins us at 12 noon. He'll talk to us about Auburn's season, but more importantly about Houston down the stretch here. He saw them over the weekend down at the BJCC. We'll talk to Wendell Green. You'll hear from the Alabama players right after Wendell in the 12 o'clock hour as they take their podium for their media obligations today at the Sweet 16 in Louisville at the Yum Center, and then Nate Oates after that. All that still to come live today right here on the next round. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at Alabama Power. Powered for our drive up to Louisville today.
That's right, Jimmy D. Did you know you can save money on your power bill simply by shifting appliance use to outside peak times or not running appliances all at once? With Alabama Power's time advantage rate, you can sign up by calling Alabama Power 800-257-APCO or go to alabamapower.com/time advantage or simply visit an office near you.
Oh, wouldn't it be cool if young Reed, as he runs our company, could work out a deal with Alabama Power that they gave us like a wrapped next round EV electrical vehicle that we could tool around and be like.
Who's driving that? You?
Dunaway's an idea, man.
I'm just saying that we could drive. I assume we could drive without stopping to plug up for a little bit, but we could drive up to Louisville in an EV brought to you by Alabama Power. We just start showing off the electrical power of the future right here on the show.
Okay.
And by the way, look this up, Rockstar. When we come back, look it up in the commercial break. I heard somewhere over the weekend the Jetson. It's even called the Jetson car.
Oh, a flying car finally?
I think it was on 60 Minutes.
I've been waiting for these, Rockstar. I was told we would have them by now.
Will you look and see if there really is a prototype of a flying car, and it's called the Jetson?
Dunaway left the NCAA tournament on again and called 60 Minutes.
Just check that out in the commercial break. We'll get into some football news and a lot more of the Sweet 16 when we come back right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
So UAB advances in NIT 4 more games tonight. Michigan State, Kansas State starts us off 5:30 on TBS. Then Arkansas and UConn 6:15 on CBS. And then on TBS after the first game, Florida Atlantic and Tennessee. CBS late night is Gonzaga and UCLA. What a great game that's going to be. Look forward to being in Louisville watching that last game there. Before we get into the future of cars and then the pictures we saw yesterday in Tuscaloosa, let's hear about Michelson. Michelson will help you see everything clearly when we start having flying cars.
Yeah, Michelson, one of our sponsors on Alabama's road to the Final Four.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Thank you, Michelsons.
Yeah, Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, the absolute best in the business. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I had no idea. And I was wearing contacts for about a decade. Finally went in, got screened out. I was a potential candidate, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. 2015 vision, better than 2020 still. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell the next round sent you. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. You've got a hassle-free consultation waiting on you. Call 969-8100. Tell them the next round sent you, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Okay, so I forget what I'm watching this weekend. It could very well have been 60 Minutes. I don't know. I wake
This sounds very 60 Minutes.
I wake up sometimes and the TV's on. And so someone is talking about the Jetson 1 prototype. Rockstar did a little research, and flying cars, we've been promised this since I was a kid in cartoons on Saturday with the Jetson. Here's the first one. This is beautiful flying right there. Nice sunset. Look at that. That's the Bugatti, just a normal Bugatti.
That's
right
an
now.
artist rendering of what I'm thinking of I could create.
Yeah, don't spoil it yet.
Oh, we don't have that one yet. Okay.
So the Bugatti right now, just normal Bugatti on the ground with 4 tires is what?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably on average $2 million.
So do you think the flying one's going to be cheaper?
I would not say the
You don't
flying
think so?
one is going to be cheaper. I know there's a lot of people watching us right now that know a lot more about cars than we do. But Jack Taylor absolutely loves the Bugatti. I hate to inform him all of the time that he's never going to have a Bugatti.
Yeah.
I hate to crush dreams.
Don't rain on his dreams.
Anyway,
Jack's young and impressionable.
Would you want a Bugatti around Birmingham?
I wouldn't care, no.
No, I would just be nervous. I
Yeah.
think it would stand out way too much. You remember the counselor in Ozark? I think she had a McLaren.
She did.
But he called it
yellow
a Transformer.
She didn't have it long.
No,
Spoiler alert.
She did not.
Went to the next of kin
Spoiler
quickly.
alert. So do you don't have a picture of that one on the ground, do you? No.
No, I
Okay.
think that's just
So it's got wheels, and the wheels just like
So
landing gear?
The
Yeah.
landing gear, the wheels go down when it lands, and you can drive around or you can fly like that. Parking with those wings, they better come in and out as well. But then
There's an obvious problem with flying cars.
Well, he says what? He said what? In the chat room says it. Flying cars, have you seen how many people drive on the ground? I don't want smashed cars falling out of the sky on my head.
Yeah,
Well, not only
100%.
that, but I mean, how do you, like, we've got roads, okay? So you know you're supposed to be in
Exactly.
this lane. How in the hell do you traffic that?
I guess it's going to be all GPS and, nobody hits each other.
Or you can have drone lights lining the way. Man, this is the future, man.
Yeah, we could do anything.
Okay,
I got
so-
no desire.
So that is the artist's rendering of what the flying cars could look like. This is prototype number 1.
So
And
this is what we could get right now?
It's called the Jetson 1 prototype they're working on. Little different. It's a little different.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, you'd freeze your...
It's a little different.
Yeah, that's
Right now it can-
102 miles an hour.
Right now it can fly 20 minutes
That's kilometers.
without coming down. 20 minutes it can fly.
Well, translate the kilometers. To
I don't know.
Lunsford
miles
can
per
have.
hour.
I'll get Lunsford on here. He's got more information
Yeah.
about it.
Any guess on the price for this?
Yeah,
For that prototype?
On that prototype, they better be paying me to
You can
test.
buy one right now.
They
can get it
better be.
2024.
They better be paying me to test fly it.
yeah, I would say it's close to $2 million.
So real quick, Lunsford, 63, the trans 102 kilometers, 63 miles. So at a top end speed about 60 miles an hour.
Okay.
And can fly for 20 minutes. So you do the math on how far you can go in this thing.
again, I'm going to stay on the interstate and go about 85 or 90.
Yeah.
All right, Luns.
It requires a down payment of $8,000 now.
Okay.
There are 3 available that they'll build. You can get in 2024, so you can get it next year. It's $98,000 total.
I mean, that's less than I would have thought.
Okay, but there are no wheels on that one.
That is true.
Yeah, how do you
I mean, at some point, do I land and I can just drive that around town?
It's basically a helicopter.
Yeah, there's propellers.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it just hovers.
Yeah. I think-
Okay, so there's 3.
Yeah.
There's 3 available.
I will say that
3 of
2 will be doing this on trash in a year. Lights out, dead as a hammer.
2 of the 3?
2 of the 3 at least.
They've already sold 252 of them, so there's 3 left.
But I don't want to, Rockstar, if you'll just scroll down again, Lunsford, check my math here. I went to Saks and Jacksonville State. If my top end speed is 60 miles an hour and I can only go 20 minutes, my distance on one charge is 30 miles or 20 miles, right?
20 miles.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
this
20
is
miles.
really,
So I can go 20 miles.
this is only going to be good to go to like a rooftop bar downtown.
Yeah, this is a joke.
But let me go ahead and tell you, there is a guy above the Meadows, usually on a weekend when I'm out playing the golf at the beautiful Meadows, one of our great sponsors, that has basically a what looks like a folding chair, a fan, and a parasail that cruises around up there.
Folding chair.
I mean, basically he's
Like
got
for how long?
He's up there. I mean, usually when I'm on number 6 and 7, he's up there bugging the crap out of me because if I slice it, I look up at him and. That's what it sounds like.
Can't you hit a wedge and try to clip it?
No, he's up there high, a long, long ways. But I guess the parasail's in case that fan goes.
But is he up there for hours?
I don't know hours. At some point, I get used to the sound and start looking for my golf
No,
ball.
I'm just wondering because, like, I remember you pissed your pants at the Killers when you were in a sea of people and it was raining.
Well, I didn't want to lose.
Somebody told me that.
I didn't want to.
Somebody told me.
Do you think he just pisses when he's up in the air?
Well, I mean, I don't think he's up there very long. I would imagine that fan runs out. The fan that's keeping him up there runs out of gas as well. It's probably running on kerosene or something. It does not look like the most high tech thing. But really, really interesting. The future's, probably a
unlimited, Jim.
couple more 100 years away.
Future's scary, man.
We will never be around to see the flying cars.
Cordyceps, right, Lunsford? Cordyceps.
Cordyceps, yes.
Yeah, is that from The Last of Us? That's what I thought. All right, to what we saw yesterday in Tuscaloosa, right after you tell us about Harbin's Outdoor. Don't worry about Jetson cars. Get your future right now in your backyard with a slide covered in rocks. Except for the slick part.
Every time he sets it up.
Look, when I put a pool in about a decade ago, I wish I would have known Jeremy Harbin because Harbin's is one-stop shop. Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting and final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram. Check it out yourself at Harbins_outdoors. That's at Harbins_outdoors. Or you can call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Preston says that's actually real. What Dunaway is describing, the guy in Florence has one that looks like a lawn chair, go-kart, box fan, and a hang glider.
My gosh.
Yeah. Can't be more than like 40 feet off the ground. That's not true at my place. My guy is way up there.
A lot of stuff on TV right now, man.
Like it is 3 or 4 trees tall where my guy is. Like the tallest tree at the Meadows is like 4 trees higher.
How tall was he? I'd say a tree and a half. Okay. All right, I'll write that down.
Are we going pines?
Is that a pine? Redwood?
Hardwood is a hardwood tree. It's hardwood, about 4 trees tall. That guy's up there. He's a dot in the sky. And I assume at some point that paracels there for a reason, so he's not a dot on the ground. All right, yesterday in Tuscaloosa, I'll show you the images, or Lunsford will, and then you give me your reaction. After everything, after Nick Saban said what he said the other day, and other people made it sound like he was directly targeting Nate Oates. This made-for-television moment yesterday at Alabama basketball practice. Nate Oates is there encouraging the guys before they left yesterday to go up to Louisville, shaking hands, giving a pep talk. There's a thumbs up from the commander-in-chief and the vice president.
Saban Oates, 2026.
Team picture, everybody get around Nick Saban. They do a better job of knowing what they do with with their hands in gymnastics.
This is so forced.
Well, it is it's a photo.
It's a photo opportunity.
It's a photo op. There's no doubt about it. It's a PR move.
But everybody knows this, so why even do it?
Because
he goes and talks to every team, though, like gymnastics and softball.
I've never seen photos like this before.
Occasionally they'll come out. Yeah.
I've seen the photos. I don't want to go get them of him talking to the softball team before the World Series.
Yeah, every now and then. This is way too coincidental that it happens 2 days after his comments.
This is 100% staged, Lance.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody's arguing that he just
stumbled
stumbled in here. It's 100% staged.
Again, though, everyone knows that, so why even do it?
Because you're playing a PR game here because everybody thought Nick Saban was taking a shot at Nate Oates. Well, not everybody. There were people that thought Nick Saban was taking a shot at Nate Oates. So the thing Alabama knows is that perception is out there. Alabama tells you Nick Saban meant absolutely nothing towards Nate Oates by that. He was unaware that Nate Oates had even said what he said. He was sending a message to his team, had no earthly idea that he had crossed lines over to something that intersected Alabama basketball and Nate Oates.
I get PR, but at the same time, those people that believe Saban was taking a shot at Oates and those people that believe Saban had heard Oates' comments, they're not dumb enough to think that this isn't a PR stunt.
Well, but let me ask you, if he really had a beef with Nate Oates or was taking a shot at him, would Nick Saban, with what you know about Nick Saban, and you've spent some time with him, would he have taken the time to go do this at all if he had a beef? And the answer is no, he would not have.
And again,
right?
To be clear, yes. But to be clear, I would bet anything that he heard Oates' comments. But at the same time, there was no malice to his comments towards Oates.
There's no doubt he heard the comments. But
I don't know if he did or not. I would never say there's no doubt he heard them.
But once he starts his news conference, and he's in the middle of football season now with practice coming off the practice field, what he was saying was not directed at Nate Oates or what Alabama basketball had done. He was talking to his football team, or he was talking about his football team with no regard to basketball. You've been around the guy. The guy is so focused on football, he doesn't do anything but football when he's doing football stuff.
The reason you do a PR photo shoot like this, well, there's 2 reasons. Number one, both men are meeting the media today. We're going to show you Nate Oates. He'll go first, and then Nick Saban at some point at Pro Day today will talk to the local media. So they know both coaches are going to be asked about this. So this is how you get out in front of it and show the media before they ask and show the general public. These 2 guys are fine. There's no bad blood here. Nick Saban wasn't trying to kneecap Nate Oates or Alabama basketball. But the other reason you do it is for people that believe that. But what Dunaway just said, if Nick Saban was, to use Clay's words, was so pissed off at Nate Oates for drawing this type of attention to Alabama athletics, and it may affect the football program.
Which is an asinine take, by the way.
I agree.
He would be pissed off at Nate Oates.
And I told Clay that. I thought it was a stupid, line of thinking by Clay, but it's Clay's opinion. And he's not alone in that opinion, by the way. If you think Nick Saban is powerful enough to say, I don't care The Alabama basketball coach has gotten in my way. I'm going to publicly embarrass him, humiliate him. What was the word Clay used?
Eviscerate.
Eviscerate him. If he's that powerful, to Dunaway's point, do you think he then agrees to go do a stage photo shoot?
No, but I think
you can't believe both those things.
More powerful.
Oh, there's no doubt he's more powerful.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
he's the most powerful guy in the state.
Yeah.
I think better than a stage photo shoot would just be let's jump on the university jet and let's go to Friday's 5:30 game.
Well, he's not going to do that because they're in spring practice.
Yeah, I mean, it's the middle of spring football. This is what he does for a living, right?
Yeah, but what is it? 5 hours?
Yeah, but he's practicing.
Yeah, but he's not. I guarantee you, he's not going to be
But
in Louisville
he's
during
been to
spring
more
practice.
games this year than he's been any other time in his time at Alabama.
I recognized that last week. Again, I'm not saying
I
what
know you're
Clay
not.
said at all.
I know you're not. I'm just
You keep moving it down the road a little bit in a different place than what Brown is saying, though. You keep saying, why don't he jump on a plane? Well, I don't know. Why would anybody jump on a plane? He's got other things to do.
Okay, well, he's got other things to do than a forced photo shoot.
was next door.
He walked across the street, did the photo shoot, and left.
Well, you know Nick Saban. Do you think he really wanted to walk across the street?
No, I don't think he did, but I think
He
that's
wouldn't
the
have done-
point.
There's nobody who could have made him do it if he did not want to do
That's
it.
right. I don't think he
There's
wanted
nobody.
I don't think he wanted to do it at all, but I think that is the whole point here is that he realized
I think he realized he stepped in shit.
Absolutely. Yeah. But
he
again,
felt bad that it was being taken what he said, not the way he intended it to be said.
I agree with that.
So he was saying,
I think this
crap. I
this-
didn't think about that.
This
Let's
proves
go do this.
that if Nick Saban just wanted to try to kneecap Nate Oates, he never would have done a photo shoot 2 or 3 days later to try to make it look good. Why? What purpose does that? What purpose did it serve for him to try to damage Nate Oates? Is question number one. Zero purpose. That you get Nick Saban gains nothing from that. That's number one. And then number two, even if you believe he intentionally did it, what purpose does it serve to do a photo shoot 2 or 3 days later?
But you do see a marriage that is reported, a public marriage that's reported it's breaking up, and then their PR gets involved. Hey, you guys need to be seen together.
Okay, so you think are you saying that's what you think this is?
No,
then?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Then either
No, it
this
does
was
happen.
that or not that. Yes,
Yeah,
it does
but
happen.
the star in one of those marriages could say, "No, I meant what I said. I am not doing
Again,
a
I
PR
think
shoot."
they've got a good relationship.
I know they do.
They
Yeah.
have a really good relationship.
I'm not saying that. I just don't like staged PR.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, that's what most PR is, though.
Riley said Greg Byrne made them go do it.
No.
Again, with all due respect to Greg Byrne, Nick Saban, at this point in his career and what he's done at Alabama, would not go anywhere unless he wanted to go and do this. He was upset that his words were taken like a shot at Alabama and not what they were intended for.
But hopping a plane to Louisville for the game is just as staged as this. I mean, there's no difference. That's your suggestion. I mean, that's staged.
When you see Les Miles at LSU baseball in Omaha back in the day,
I think he's just supporting the program.
Well, probably so.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Nick Saban doesn't want to be there, and you would not think Nick Saban wants to jump a plane and go to Louisville for a basketball game in the middle of spring football, that's staged.
which was better, Nick Saban on a Saturday, his Saturday, in an off season, taking time to go to Coleman Coliseum, sitting there on national television for the Kentucky game immediately after all of this happened, showing his support, or just jumping on a plane now and going to the Sweet 16. It was more important back then for Nick Saban to be there
I think
courtside.
anytime he can be on camera on a event where millions of people are watching, I think it's good for the exposure of the program.
For Alabama's program?
Oh, 100% it is.
It is.
Yeah, and it's good for exposure of Alabama's football program.
Yeah, Alabama will be on national TV today for a couple hours with Pro Day on the NFL Network.
Yeah.
Exposure for Alabama football is usually not a problem these days.
It's
No,
not,
I
but
know, but the more the better. You can't get enough.
I would almost guarantee, even though it is in spring practice, that if Alabama is fortunate enough to make Houston, you'll see a crowd shot of Nick Saban on that Saturday. Now, I think if I've looked at the schedule, they've got a spring practice on National Championship Day. So I would say he's probably not at the National Championship game if Alabama's fortunate enough to be there. I would almost guarantee you he's at the Saturday game because he knows what Lance just said, that the CBS cameras will show him, and that's positive for Alabama. It's positive for Alabama basketball. It's positive for Alabama football. Nick Saban is a calculated man. He knows what cameras are going to help him.
Bear Bryant, remember, sat on the end of the bench
I
at
do.
an NIT championship
I would love
game.
to see Nick Saban do that. If he sit on the end of the Bama
Was
bench.
that the Indiana game?
No.
It was at UCLA, wasn't it?
Was it?
I
Did he
think
sit on
Wimp
the
has already
bench?
told us that
I thought it was
story.
Madison Square Garden.
Ah, hell,
I thought it was Madison Square Garden for the NIT.
Didn't he get a technical?
He didn't get a technical, but Wimp said I think he was working the official.
Yeah, well, I guarantee he was.
But now that you bring it up, LT, it may have been that big Indiana game that he was on the bench for.
Yeah, but he was AD then, right?
Yeah, he was. He was the athletics.
Yeah.
But he sat where he wanted to sit, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
So that was yesterday, and as Brown's pointing out, that is done so that today when Nick Saban is being interviewed over at Pro Day or Nate Oates when he takes the podium at 12:25, you're hoping you're not getting questions about a Nick Saban, Nate Oates feud or fight or bad blood.
Well, they will, but the message will be unified now. After that photo is step one of the PR. The step two is they'll have a unified message.
Our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's today. Bromberg's keeping you in the game when it comes to the perfect diamond. If you're getting ready to pop the question, our friends at Bromberg's can help that happen.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialists. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. And I got a picture from our boy Forrester from Amsterdam today. He was in front of the Oris dealer.
Really?
Yeah, because, Oris was founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Huge in Europe. And Bromberg's thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Hey, look, if you like watches, you're going to absolutely love these. You'll find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, even limited edition novelty timepieces at the Summit store. Each timepiece, superbly functional, exceptionally stylish, available at the Summit store and online. Go specifically to brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
All right, more of what's going on in the football world when we come back, and then we'll get to the Sweet 16 at the top of the hour. Pat Bradley joins us at 11 Central to start the second half of the show right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Approaching the top of the hour, TNR here with LTD and B today. Pro Day at Alabama. Bryce Young will be a focal point, LT. I mean, you're talking about Bryce Young, a guy who didn't throw up at the combine or do a whole lot of anything. Today's his day to jump out there. Will it impact him at all?
I don't think so. You know, you look yesterday at how many scouts were out watching Ohio State's Pro Day with C.J. Stroud. David Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers.
Pretty big when the owner comes, right?
They said the last time they can remember, NFL insiders, an owner coming to watch a quarterback's pro day. Do you guys want to even guess?
The last one to do it, owner watching an NFL quarterback.
I'll give you a hint. He's viewed as one of the worst owners in sports.
Daniel Snyder watching Heath Schuler's.
That's a very good guess.
Hey, thank you, Jim. I'm not sure Daniel Snyder owned him when Heath Schuler was there.
Don't think he was.
That's the problem.
It was Daniel Snyder. It was RG3.
Oh, wow.
Really? He came to Baylor, huh?
You know, the reports are that the Colts are sold right now on C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. You can tell the Vegas odds probably reflect that, but they are saying it's all about the size of Bryce Young.
So
the Colts or Carolina sold on C.J. Stroud? You said Colts.
Yeah, no, I mean Carolina.
Carolina.
Carolina is sold on C.J. Stroud, and one of the main reasons is the size of Bryce Young.
So I saw our friend Jim Nagy, executive director of the Senior Bowl. Go ahead and let's do that.
Okay, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, and then Brownie will tell you about the Senior Bowl here, Redmond Vodka, keeping you in the games. The Sweet 16 cranking up today, LT.
Yes, locally owned and operated. Our friends at Redmond Vodka, they're going to be in Houston for the Final Four. So for Alabama fans, if you happen to make it there, we'll give you more information about what's going on. But again, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Pick it up at your local package stores, including Pink Package, The Beverage Place, ABC stores. Is available in 22 states. Ask for it by name. It is Redmond Vodka.
Our friend Jim Nagy, executive director of the Senior Bowl, said here are the, from what he's told, the GMs and head coaches that are going to be in Tuscaloosa. The GMs, Buffalo, Carolina, which doesn't surprise you with Carolina now. David Tepper, the actual owner, was in Columbus. I don't know if he'll be in Tuscaloosa. Chicago, Detroit, Green Bay, Las Vegas, Miami, the Giants, Pittsburgh, Seattle, Tennessee, Washington. Head coaches that are scheduled to be in attendance in Tuscaloosa: Carolina, Chicago, Vegas, Miami, Minnesota, New England, New Orleans, Giants, Pittsburgh, Seattle. Both GM and head coach Frank Reich, Carolina, going to be in there. So they're at least going to take a look, obviously. I mean, the word is they're sold on C.J. Stroud, but I don't think by any stretch of the imagination that means they're done looking at Bryce Young.
Daniel says reports last night that it was the Panthers who were out to eat last night with Bryce Young. And you guys are trying now to guess where they went to eat.
Normally Chuck's in Tuscaloosa, right? Isn't that the place?
That's kind of the default go-to is Chuck's.
Yeah. Now, if I'm Bryce, I go high dollar.
I agree. I don't remember who was in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room that said if he was 6'2", he would be looked at more like Andrew Luck and Trevor Lawrence.
I think if he was 6'2", I don't think there'd be any question.
No question.
I think Carolina would have almost already turned the pick in.
Okay, so Pro Day today in Alabama. Yesterday was at Ohio State. I'll give LT one guess at who Jackson Smith and Jigba is being compared to.
Jackson Smith and Jigba is being compared to. I will go
as a wide receiver, not in looks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will go Marvin Harrison.
Wrong. Two different reports yesterday say Jackson Smith and Jigba is his skill set's being compared to Cooper Kupp.
Oh wow.
You know, and I wonder, because I first thought it was Cooper Kupp when you told me his times yesterday. I said, I think he ran a 4.45, and then you said it was a 4.46, but also like a 4.53. And, you know, a 4.53 can scare some guys off. And that's what Cooper Kupp dropped to a third-round guy because of his 40-yard dash.
And that's what they were saying was that the speed is not what you would think of a guy who's going to go as high as Jackson is going to go, but Cooper Kupp may have changed the way some of the GMs and scouts look at that time compared to what the other things that Smith and Jigba brings to the table.
You know, Cooper Kupp coming out of Eastern Washington, you know, was good from day one, but progressively got better because he worked on route running. He worked on absolutely everything. I mean, it was 365 days a week. But when you look at Njigba Smith, he's already that smooth, it looks like. I mean, he could turn into, if he is healthy, one of the best receivers we've seen in a decade.
Yeah, so I thought you would appreciate the high praise that they were throwing out for him right there. High praise is what we give Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila as well, the official tequila of the next round, the world's first clear multi-age tequila aged in that European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp. On the finish, Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. We'll jump into the Sweet 16. We'll give you some MyBookie lines, talk about the games tonight in the next segment. But TV ratings out for the World Baseball Classic. Brandon, I don't know if you saw this. Usually our ratings guy, but I pulled down the numbers just in case you did not.
You know, I did not look at it.
4.48 million on FS1. Throw in the FS1 Deportes, and it gets right to 5 million viewers. That's going to be, other than the first ever Field of Dreams game, the first one a couple of years ago, is going to be the most watched regular season game since 2011 Yankees-Red Sox. Now, this wasn't a regular season game, but to put into comparison of what that resonated as in baseball terms, the most watched regular season baseball game, it was those kind of numbers since 2011 Yankees and Red Sox. And they are saying that it outdrew all but one game last year on FS1, and that one game was Game 4 of the Phillies-Padres NLCS game on FS1 that outdrew that one barely. So basically, it was like a big Major League Baseball playoff game is the numbers it drew on FS1.
Yeah, I'm interested to see when they get whatever the worldwide audience is, because that's what was sold to me, is it will be the biggest most viewed game in world history.
Yeah, because of the Japanese.
Yeah, because of the Japanese audience. So I will be interested to see what that does. I mean, the American numbers aren't, they're good, but that's not like mind-blowing. So it's a good regular season game.
5 million wouldn't be the best college football game of the weekend usually, but it would be better than most college football games.
Yeah, it'd be in the discussion. It would not be in the season top 10.
The most watched program 2 nights ago on television.
So this is the same night as the game?
Yeah. Just 0.2 more viewers.
Okay.
5 million for the baseball, 5.2 million for a new episode of The Voice.
Okay.
And baseball finished third. In between those two was a rerun of a show I've never seen, FBI. I don't know.
There's like FBI Chicago.
Oh, is that like the NCIS?
Is it all about female body inspectors?
No, federal boob inspectors.
FBI Panama City is female body inspector.
All those. What was the name of the place you'd go buy those great T-shirts?
Well, you could get it at Spencer's Gifts, but I'd always see them at Alvin's Island down there.
Alvin's Island, get it airbrushed to make it official.
Did Dunaway, did you ever watch Nip Tuck on FX? Seems like a show you would watch.
Are you setting me up for a joke where I named?
No, I'm just saying on FBI, I think the guy.
Am I supposed to say Mila Kunis here?
I think the guy that played Dr. Troy, who was just he was a hard charger. But I think Julian McMahon is the actor's name. He's an Australian dude. I think he is one of the leads in FBI. But I haven't seen him since, because I used to watch Nip Tuck. It got ridiculous, though.
Yeah.
Put a bag on a chick's head one time.
Interesting.
All right.
So Nip Tuck is on CBS, right?
No. It was on FX, wasn't it?
FX.
Yeah, it was
popular. About 10 years ago, right?
No,
15,
longer than that.
20.
Yeah, 15, 20. It was the dude that does the guy that does everything. He does American Horror Story. Did the
Ryan
Shield.
Murphy is
yeah,
what
Ryan
it
Murphy.
Ryan Murphy.
Yeah.
And wasn't the doctor in Loverboy with Patrick Dempsey?
Yeah. That was one of the doctors. The other one was the guy I'm talking about, Julian McMahon, that was married to who's the really cute Australian singer?
Natalie Imbruglia?
No.
You know, I'm old when you said, "Oh, he was in Loverboy," and I was instantly thinking working for the weekend.
Well, this was just after working for the weekend.
Callie McNaught or Callie.
Minogue?
Yeah.
Kylie Minogue.
Yeah. All right. Top of the hour here. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Way to Wellness. We can help you jumpstart your weight loss right now with our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie, her board-certified team. It's the best way to jumpstart that weight loss so you can get ready for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're heading this summer, or if you just want to get healthier when you want to get that blood pressure number in a better place. Weight loss is not just for the ladies, guys, and Way to Wellness is not just for the ladies as well. You can jump over there. You worry about those cholesterol numbers, what you put in your body. Leslie and her board-certified team can help you out. Same way with blood pressure numbers. Saved my life a few years ago, and they can do it for you as well. Here's how you find out the details and schedule your first no-cost official visit with Leslie. You go to this website, aplanforme.com. Planforme.com. Type that in. That'll take you to the Way to Wellness website, and you'll find out as a TNR viewer, you have no contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second hour of the show, Pat Bradley joins us in 1 hour. And later in the final hour of the show, jam-packed with Wendell Green, who joins us with his NIL relationship with us to talk about Houston moving forward in the NCAA tournament, what he saw with his Auburn Tigers against that team. We'll also hear from the Alabama players up at the Sweet 16 at the Center, their news conference today and their shoot-around. The team arrived up there yesterday. Nate Oates follows them. We'll carry all that live right here on the next round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Tyler, and Lunsford behind the glass. Forrester on a little well-deserved vacation. Taylor Korn is handling everything on social media. Next Round Live. Remember to like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up wherever you're watching us right now. So we get ready for the Sweet 16 tonight, and we've really not talked a ton about that. Spent the first part of the show talking about UAB's NIT win as they beat Vandy last night 67-59. They play in the semifinals of the NIT in Las Vegas Tuesday night against Utah Valley. That's their next step for Andy and the guys there. But I want to talk a little bit about the Sweet 16, brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. Here's the current lines at mybookie.ag as of 8 o'clock this morning. Maybe a little shift, a half point one way or the other here. But the first game tonight, 5:30 on TBS, Michigan State, a number 7 seed, a 1.5-point favorite against the 3-seeded Kansas State team. The first game on CBS is at 6:15, where a 4-seed UConn is a 4-point favorite against an 8-seed Arkansas. The second game on TBS, just about around 8 o'clock, 9-seed Florida Atlantic against the 4-seed Tennessee Volunteers. The Vols a 5.5-point favorite. And the last game tonight, the marquee game on CBS, 3-seeded Gonzaga, 2-seeded UCLA. That's held the chalk all the way to this point, where UCLA is a 1.5-point favorite. It's brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag. You can play every single one of those games, the Friday games, all the weekend games, Major League Baseball when it cranks up, NBA, all of that right there in MyBookie.ag. When you sign up at MyBookie.ag, use code NEXTROUND. That is going to get you a sign-up bonus up to $2,000. Now, a lot of places will give you a sign-up bonus, but they attach strings to it. In other words, you got to bet it 5 times, 6 times, 8 times, 10 times before it becomes yours. Not MyBookie.ag. Bet it one time, it is yours forever. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. That is MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Just slightly surprised, I guess. I don't know if it's name brand that Michigan State's the favorite in this game.
Really?
Yeah, I am. I mean, Kansas State is a good team.
Yeah, but Michigan State, dominated that second half against USC. They dominated the second half against Marquette. They're playing probably their best basketball right now, which is not surprising for a lot of people. Tyson Walker at the point's been playing great. If you haven't watched Joel Hauser shoot, the kid can shoot the eyes out of it. And that's what Michigan State does. They hit their threes. The Achilles heel is they don't force a lot of turnovers. Now, they forced 16 in that win against Marquette, but you look at what Marquise Noel's been able to do for Kansas State. He's averaging 12 assists per game in this tournament.
Yeah.
If he doesn't turn the basketball over, I think Kansas State wins the game. If Michigan State can force some of those turnovers, hit their threes, I like Michigan State.
Well, let's start with Noel there because he and his media obligation, all the today's games doing what Alabama's doing, they did that yesterday at their site. Noel got asked about how John Calipari called him a little kid after the game the other night in referencing what he had done to them. Apparently, such blowback, that story blew up so much that John Calipari reached out to him and apologized for referring to him as a little kid. He's 5'8", but plays obviously a lot bigger for that team. And he said it was no big deal. Loved that Cal reached out to him. He said, you're a Hall of Fame coach. I hope to join you in the Hall of Fame someday. And Cal told him, if that ever happens, I'd love to stand on stage with you when you go into the Basketball Hall of Fame. So they had a nice little moment. He thanked Cal for reaching out to him. But that kid is the spark plug for Kansas State. If he has an off night, then that's really, really good for Michigan State. If he has another night like he did against Kentucky, I like the Wildcats to keep going.
Yeah, you could make the argument that Noel's been the best player in the tournament thus far.
Can you make a case?
Sonogo for UConn, but Noel's been that good.
Can you make a case that he does for them sort of what Quinterly all of a sudden has been doing for Alabama?
Yeah, but more deadly probably behind the arc and more deadly getting teammates involved. I mean, he's got 23 assists already in 2 games in this tournament.
I don't have Quinterly's assist numbers in this tournament so far, but it seems like a lot of time when JQ's on the court, he's dribbling all the way to the hole or he's dribbling and then kicking it back to someone else.
Some of these people just miss on transfer portals. They just don't see them. This is a guy that played for a couple of years at Little Rock. He was a Little Rock Trojan. Kansas State took a shot on him, and he's just blossomed to a great player. Can you imagine if Kentucky had him this year?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a completely different situation.
Yeah, and Cal probably still will call him little guy, but it'd be his little guy at that point. So that's the first game. The second game is Arkansas and UConn. Two SEC teams in action tonight. Arkansas, one of them is an 8 seed. At this point, they're not supposed to be here, but they're still here. Last time UConn was in the Sweet 16, it was 2014, and they won the national championship. Here's UConn again, back in the Sweet 16, and back good enough possibly to win the national championship.
Yeah, I mean, UConn's just playing at a different level right now. It's the UConn we saw earlier, the UConn that destroyed Alabama earlier this season. Walked past Iona, crushed St. Mary's in that second half. And again, Sonogo, the big, 28-13 against Iona. He had 24 against St. Mary's through 2 games. I don't think we've ever seen this. This is video game numbers. He is 24 of 33 from the field so far in the tournament.
I mean, that is pretty crazy. You're right. That is video game numbers. Even if you're just getting bunnies at the rim, you're going to miss some, right?
Right. And I think this is a great coaching matchup. Dan Hurley, Eric Musselman. Hurley's done a great job with UConn.
Yeah, I like that guy. I watched a random, this is years ago, a random NBC Sports Network, to show you how long ago it's been, Rhode Island game when he was the coach there. I can't remember who Rhode Island was playing, but I just remember watching him, and obviously you recognize the last name, right? And I just remember watching him, and of course I immediately Googled, what's Dan Hurley make at Rhode Island? It was like $1 million at the time, but they were playing in the Dunkin' Donuts Center, I guess in Providence or whatever, and they had the place sold out. And I just remember being really impressed with him, and he's taken it to UConn. Kevin Ollie took UConn to the national championship, but never could consistently get it done, to the point he was the guy I was thinking of yesterday when we were talking about how St. John's is trying to get Mike Anderson's money. You remember UConn did that to Kevin Ollie, and I think he got every single penny of it in a lawsuit.
Every one of them.
Yeah, every dime back.
Yeah.
But they went to Dan Hurley, and he's rebuilt this UConn program, not quite to where Jim Calhoun had it, but I think he's got it headed in that direction.
Yeah, and Hurley, of course, responsible for giving Nate Oates his big break and wouldn't be at Alabama without him. So that's an interesting contest. I know you'll have your plays coming up at Lance's Lock. And
I've got 3 of the 4 games I'm giving out tonight.
Okay.
Coming off 2-0 last night.
You'll send out a free one at some point. You want to give your free one out right here?
Yeah,
Are we to that one yet?
No, yeah, I've got it.
We've
already covered it.
We have, was it the Kansas State game?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like Michigan State. I don't think Marquise Noel. Tom Izzo is so good at drawing up ways to cut the head off the snake, and Keontae Johnson's been a fantastic story. But I think Michigan State will win the battle on the boards. Noel production will go down a little bit. Hauser hitting threes tonight. I like Michigan State minus the 1.5.
There's a little bit of pressure, I think, on the Michigan States of the world, the name brands in the first round and second round, because of the weight of the history of the program, which allows a Kansas State to play free. But then I think when you get to this weekend, then the history of your program sort of used to being there, and it's not as bright as it seems. And some of these programs like Kansas State, maybe Alabama, at that point you can start wilting a little bit under the bright lights. Michigan State, before conference, they play a lot of games that feel a lot like a Sweet 16 NCAA tournament game. They play a great schedule. It'll be interesting to see who handles the stage better in that one tonight. Before we continue that, our friends at Hemp Hill brings LT's Lock every day. Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, and the team there getting that, in the 80s here all weekend. If your air conditioning was not working last night, you sweat the bed.
Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, they are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
When Lance said that his lock tonight is Michigan State, it explains why his eyes lit up after I did the MyBookie reading. I was like, wow, I'm a little surprised. Michigan State's actually the favorite in that game.
But I think you've got a point there. There is a lot of pressure on an Izzo team to come out because of brand, and it's embarrassing to lose in those first couple of rounds.
That's right.
Once you get this far, and for Izzo to have time, and look, Jerome Tang, again, I said yesterday when I really thought about it, probably my national coach of the year, what he's been able to do. K-State picked last in the Big 12, and now they're sitting in the Sweet 16 with every opportunity to continue to advance here. But I think the extra prep time for Tom Izzo is going to be the difference here.
All right, so those are the first two games tonight. The last two, starting at round 8, Florida Atlantic, a 9 seed, against Tennessee, a 4 seed. And Dusty May had to walk back his comment a little bit. Remember post-game, he says, how are you going to get ready? Gets asked, how are you going to get ready for the physical way Tennessee plays? We're going to watch a lot of Australian rules football. He walked that back, and he was saying, I'm just trying to get my guys ready to play as tough as Tennessee does, like in an Australian rule football game. He said, wasn't trying to insinuate that they got all the calls or anything like that. But we all know he's trying to work the officials going into this. And I just wonder, how much do you think officiating and how it's officiated will be part of the storyline tonight? Because, you know, Tennessee beat a name-branded Duke, very high-profile team. A lot of people watched that game, and there was a lot made of how it was officiated, and officials are human. And you got to think they read and see and watch and hear people talking about the way that game was officiated, and you just wonder if there'll be a quicker whistle tonight.
Well, the Owls need it. The Owls are undersized. You know, they're positives, and it is two completely different styles. I mean, the Owls are averaging over 78 points per game. They're 18th in three-point attempts, attempting over 26 per game. They're hitting 37% of those. So if they can get the calls, especially on some of these, the offensive boards, you know, some over-the-backs, you've got some quickness. Janelle Davis is a guy that can take it to the rack. You get him to the line a lot. I think it will come down to how this game is called, because Tennessee's got the third best scoring defense in D1, under 67 points per game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not going to be able to look at, these officials are
under 57 points per game.
These officials are assigned to this game and know, that's bad news for them. I mean, I'm sure there are trends where, like, Rick Barnes could look at officials' names and be like, every time we have this guy, he just hammers the whistle.
Yeah. Oh, we got Tony Johnson out there tonight, guys. Yeah. You know he's quick. He doesn't let you use the hands.
That's right. And I don't know how much Rick Barnes would even try to adjust to that. I mean, you got to be who you are, right? Yeah. I mean, if Rick Barnes saw that the three officials are grouped together that call the most fouls ever on Tennessee, I don't know that there's anything he can do about that.
Guys,
now.
It's Timothy Cooley. Go ahead and put your shoulder pads on. We can do whatever we want tonight, right. And we can do whatever we want.
I think you got to be who you are. And if you're Tennessee, regardless of who the officiating crew is, you got to play your style of basketball. This is the style that, against a lot of odds right now, has them in the Sweet 16. I mean, it was a trendy pick to pick them out of this tournament quick because of the Zakai Ziegler injury. But here they are. Yep. You got to be who you are. And if you're Tennessee, you play your style of game. And if the officials call it tight, it may cost you the game. But I'm going to go down playing my style of game.
The third best odds to make the Final Four.
Yep.
It's Houston, Alabama, and Tennessee.
Well,
and
that really surprises me.
The only reason it doesn't surprise me is they're playing a 9 seed who didn't advance. Most of the time when you catch a 9 seed, they've beaten a 1. And you're like, all right, this 9's pretty good. This is a 9 that has beaten a 8 and a 16, right? So it's not your standard 9 seed. And in the other half of that bracket, I know you like Michigan State right now, but, you know, you got a 7 and a 3 coming out.
Yeah, I think Tennessee will be a 1 or 2 point favorite against either one of those teams. But I think the new normal is having, you know, one of these Cinderellas in the Elite Eight. It seems like the last 4 or 5 years, you know, from Loyola to St. Peter's. I mean, we've had a lot of these like teams. And
in fact, there have been 3 straight years now of 15 has made it to the Sweet 16.
Yeah. I've got a feeling that either Princeton or Florida Atlantic wins the game outright. I would lean more Florida Atlantic, but again, it's going to come down to the whistles.
Man, Dusty May, what a
probably Penn State's next head coach.
Well, I was about to say, what a bad time to do this. Penn State and Texas are really the only 2 big jobs open, and I don't even know if Penn State's a big job. I called it that. They were in the tournament this year. They've had a historically awful basketball program.
And for those that missed that, Michael Shrewsbury leaves Penn State, great offensive coach, to take over Notre Dame.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you're Dusty May, man, you have timed. I mean, you can't control it, but this is not the best timing career-wise for him. I don't even know what job's out there other than Penn State, and, well, I feel like I'm taking a bad job.
Of all the coaches tonight, Dusty May would be the best Boutwell Auditorium wrestling name, right?
Oh, it's a great one, yes.
Tonight in the big card for the belt, Dusty May down at Boutwell Auditorium. Dusty, what do you think of the fight tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what, Jake Snake Roberts He better bring all the snakes he can.
Well, Dusty May kicks some ass tonight.
Mick Cronin would be the second one, right?
Mick Cronin's a good one, too. Dusty May and Mick Cronin tonight in the big square down at Boutwell.
Got to take on the cage match with the Muscle Man from Arkansas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Muscle Man.
That's true. He is Muscle Man.
Yeah, we'll throw a lot of good ones tonight. Your favorite Hurley of all time, Bobby, Danny, or Hurley from Lost? Wasn't that his name? The guy that won the lottery?
He won the lottery, man. Got some great hair. His hair was always wet. Wet and crispy.
He was in like one of those spinoffs. A lot of those Lost characters just decided to go on and live in Hawaii once they filmed there. And he was one of those guys, and so he was in the remake of Hawaii Five-0.
I think I'd go Danny. I think Danny Hurley is my favorite. I never liked Bobby Hurley.
I never liked Bobby either. Bobby's done a pretty good job at Arizona State. I would say Dan.
I liked Hurley on Lost. I thought he was pretty cool guy. He was very chill.
No, my favorite
That'd be my luck, by the way. Win the lottery, but plane crash, and we survive on a hell island.
My favorite was Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Hurley is your best Hurley.
That's a good one.
She's a good Hurley.
And then the premier game tonight, we'll get into that right after I tell you about our premier guy, Greg Nelson, and Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, it is that time of year. We're going to have a lot of windstorms, rainstorms, thunderstorms, and unfortunately some tornadoes here in the Southland. And Greg Nelson can take care of you. Keep this number on standby for when you have a windstorm or a storm in your area, 205-542-3531. Make this your first call, and Greg will come out and help walk you through the process, take pictures and everything that your insurance companies will be happy about. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him, and that's going to help you. And sometimes you just have a little wind damage that loosens a shingle or something that lets water seep in and cause all sorts of problems for you. So nip that in the bud with a free no-cost roof inspection. Free no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Storm Restoration Roofing. The main game tonight for me is the last game, Gonzaga and UCLA. And even though UCLA's got an injury, maybe two, that can impact the game tonight, this seems like it's going to be. If you said the four best players left in the NCAA tournament, two of them are in this game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Drew Timme. Jaime Jaquez, probably one of those guys. I mean, he is – this is crazy. He's 12th place on UCLA's all-time scoring list.
Wow, now that's significant. Don't let that wash over you. There have been some pretty good players.
He just passed Bill Walton.
Yeah, that's like being an all-time great Laker.
Yeah.
And look, he's averaging over 20 points, 8 rebounds. He's been really good. He's got a ton of experience.
I mean,
like Tiger Campbell.
It seems like he and Tiger Campbell have been there forever.
And it's and this UCLA team under Mick Cronin, they've been a factor in the tournament.
Yeah, they have Jaquez, Timme, Sasser, and Brandon Miller for me, the best four players left in this tournament, and not in that order. Just those would be my top four.
Oh, no, I mean, I don't have an argument there. I'll give you that.
This will be, to me, Drew Timme taking this game over. You know, it's offense against great defense, but since Jalen Clark's been out, the defense isn't as good. David Singleton, I guess he's a game-time decision after twisting the arm, only played 28 minutes against Northwestern, only scored 5 points. If he's down, that means UCLA has got 2 new starters in the lineup, and that can be key here. But it's great offense against great defense. It's only 1.5, the number right now. I agree with you. This is by far, not even the best game of tonight. I think it's the best game of the 16.
Of the Sweet 16. 4 more games tomorrow. We'll talk about those later on when we hear from Alabama. That's your lineup tonight. Mississippi State a favorite over Kansas State by 1.5. UConn a 4-point favorite against Arkansas. Tennessee a 5.5-point favorite against Florida Atlantic. And UCLA a 1.5 favorite against Gonzaga. All those on TBS and CBS starting at 5:30 tonight and running through the evening. Alabama's already in Louisville. They're shooting around at the Yum Center a little bit later on this morning, and then they'll do a media moment that we'll have in the final hour of the show. Those line numbers are from my friends at mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag. Our stakes come from our friends at New York Butcher Shop. When it's time to buy this weekend, if you're sitting ready to grill, our friends at New York Butcher can hook you up.
Since you're on a roll, I'm thinking about just picking you one up tomorrow night. Oh, you won't be here.
I won't be here.
Wow.
So please don't do that.
Yeah, we'll do it next week. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Chef-prepared entrees, side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family. Ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations. Cava Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Rockstar, what I took away from him going to buy me a steak next week instead of us going to eat again is I didn't perform very well this week at dinner.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Maybe I bored you. Did I bore you at dinner the other night?
No, I just know Cork and Cow and our dinner on Monday night, they've just been outlandish.
Yeah, they've been hefty.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would go with what you were saying.
I think you didn't perform well.
Yeah.
I think Lex is lying.
I enjoyed the New York Butcher Shop as well, but I ended up eating it on a TV tray by myself.
TV tray?
That's what you like. You like alone time.
Yeah,
That's why you're driving to Houston if Alabama gets
Lance is right.
What he is talking about that and a lot more when we come back. And Rockstar has 4 downs for us. We'll do that in the next segment as well. Pat Bradley at the top of the hour. It's the one and only TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 equal housing lender.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
I think what he is saying, if Houston or Alabama don't win at all, it could come down to some of these other games, points down the line. We're talking about our bracket challenge, and we'll get an update in about an hour from Lunsford on some key games tonight. that are very important to that happening. Dr. B gets us into the conversation. Rockstar's got 4 downs in just a second. He mentioned me driving to Houston. We got a ton of equipment we take on the road, right? Now that we're sort of a TV operation as well as an audio show, a video and audio show. So if we're going to Houston, it's a long drive. I like to drive, and I like to be by myself.
What kind of car do you drive? A Ford Martyr?
Well, I mean, that works out perfectly.
I drive the Alfa Romeo, and I may take a vacation day on the front end, like squeeze it out. What day do we need to be there?
Well, I mean, our show would be Friday. We would do Friday, Monday, Tuesday.
So I may take Thursday off and do the drive.
That's fine with me.
Yeah.
So Lance and I fly down to meet you. Will you pick us up at the airport?
I almost cussed on the air.
No.
I mean, we can Uber, but if you got a car,
we'll take an Uber.
I'm not going to pick you up at the airport.
Jeez.
No, bro.
You'll be there before I will.
Oh, I'll make Thursday cocktail hour instead of Friday. Have some cocktails.
Mean you go to the airport,
Yeah,
we
go to
catch
the
a flight.
airport,
I think
catch a flight.
there's some directs, so we'll probably be there in an hour.
Will you wipe off a steak? Oh, wait. It's usually when I start losing when I brag about it one time.
Rockstar, and this could be a Bud Light poll question. If Dunaway drives to Houston and Lance and I fly, will we ever hear the end of it?
No, I'll never bring it up again.
Will we ever hear the end of it?
It'll never come up on the show either.
Yes.
I want a T-shirt that says "I drove to Houston while these two flew."
Well, you guys know how much I hate flying.
Well, you ought to ride with Dunaway.
No, but that drives too far.
Goes back to dinner the other night. I am not riding with Dunaway. There's no way.
I mean, that's really one of the reasons I'm not going to Louisville. Is anything over 5 hours is too far to drive.
But the show will be in Louisville. Brownie and I will be there live tomorrow from O'Shea's. Make plans to come hang out with us, Alabama fans. We'll have Chris Stewart and hopefully Brian Passing swing by. Have you hooked up with Passing yet?
Did I text him last night?
I don't know.
I had a lot going on last night. I can't remember.
The final hour of tomorrow's show could be really special from that location right there, O'Shea's, right next to the Yum Center. Great folks are right there at Dr. B that's making LT's hair here in Birmingham. He'll be anchoring from the Birmingham studio, looking fantastic. Dr. B's got the hair looking great.
Got to get it trimmed up today.
Oh,
hadn't
humble
told my
brag.
man Roney, I'm just going to sneak in later today.
Yeah, he loves that. He's
Humble
told me.
brag. Got to get that haircut.
Well, I mean, you still got to get your hair cut, don't you?
I buzzed it down a little bit last night.
Okay.
It's getting to where I almost don't have to sweep anymore after buzzing it down.
It just blows away if you open the door.
Yeah.
Dr. B, again, when I asked around, everybody said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. He's the guy that can stop hair loss. He can even grow it back. It is 14% thicker already. T3hair.net. Dr. B offers that Sensus transdermal infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, T3hair.net or call Dr. Beckenstein today. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Passing kids in for Friday, by the way. He did
is?
text me back last night. I forgot about that. Yeah, so
that's tomorrow.
Chris Stewart, Brian Passing, final hour there at O'Shea's in Louisville with us.
So tomorrow,
Pizza party at noon, boys.
Pizza party at noon here.
Yeah. Yep. They'll still have to work. You'll be off. They'll still have to work.
I'll bring them slices.
12
Pizza and beer.
So 12 noon tomorrow, hopefully live all from Louisville. The final hour of the show will be Brown, me, Chris Stewart, and Brian Passing all together for the final hour.
That's the plan, yes.
That's the plan.
Yes.
Or basically, as we like to call it, the countdown to the Alabama Radio Network.
O'Shea's in Louisville, right next to the Yum Centers you see there.
Is Carabin going to bill us for that?
I don't know. He ain't getting a payment.
Before Rockstar's 4 downs, if you the next person you would love a biopic on, it's actually a biopic on a. It's not a biopic, right? It's a biopic. Am I correct? Biopic.
So we're getting. I mean, I guess the next one that's coming out is Oppenheimer, right?
The Tesla guy, not the Tesla.
Oppenheimer's the atomic bomb.
Atomic bomb.
Yeah,
that's the next one that's coming out, right?
But we got the video game. What's the one? The stacks of colors. The
Tetris.
Yeah, that's coming out.
That should be a good movie.
Yeah. Well, it had something to do with the Russian mob.
It's end of the month. It's March 31st.
Yeah.
Well, what the crap's the storyline there?
The whole thing is Tetris was developed in Russia, and like the Soviet Union had the rights to the game because it was developed there.
Yeah.
But a guy wanted to get the rights and package it with the Game Boy in Japan. So it became a whole like Japanese, American, Soviet Union fight over the rights to basically a video game.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah. And there's dead bodies involved, right?
I honestly don't know.
Oh, the trailer makes it look like that.
I think Bert Kreischer is doing one, right?
Well, he's doing his story, The Machine.
Which
Yeah,
I think will be pretty incredible.
Is he starring in it?
Yeah, he's in it.
Or it's
Actually,
like
Bert's in it.
It's like an actual feature
No,
film.
it's a feature film that
Oh, wow.
he's in.
Yeah, I see. I don't know how that's going to work. I mean, him telling the story, yeah, but if you had somebody playing him, because I'd like to go back to his college days where Van Wilder was based after him, and then on to Russia. He's got a fascinating story.
The biopic I'm speaking of that is in the works now is Cheech and Chong. It's a biopic about them. It'll be about their lives as they led up to and did the movie 1978 Up in Smoke and everything after that. Could be interesting.
I don't know their backstory. Like, I don't know what happened off camera with those guys. I never was a big Cheech and Chong fan. I'm familiar with them, obviously.
Yeah, I liked Up in Smoke as a kid.
I believe they were method actors, though, correct?
Yeah,
I think so. I think it was art imitating life.
Both were comedians.
Yeah.
Right.
Now they've got a gummy brand out and a pipe.
Right.
Believe it or not.
I'm sure they did all the development on it.
Yeah.
You know, Cheech and Bong?
Hey.
Oh, my.
Thank you.
That's not bad.
Thank you. I'm here all night. Yeah.
I really don't know the backstory either.
Yeah, I don't either.
I just remember them being stoned as a bat during those movies.
That was pretty much a given.
It was all about weed and chasing women.
Ironically, I was stoned as a bat watching it. Let's do our 4 downs. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires and Automotive.
Hey, keep your car starting strong every time with a battery check from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road.
Time out real quick. Will you see what's happening on the Good Morning Football on the NFL Network? They've got a guy in there having to play country music.
Yeah, I think that's one of their. Is that one of the guys that's normally on the show and he lost? He lost like some sort of bet or something?
Oh, man. He looks like he knows how to strum a guitar a little bit. I think they're trying to reenact something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Looks like they're singing their own country songs, like Good Morning Football. See if you've seen this before. Stole something we came up with.
Yeah.
Not like I've not stole 1,000 things from them, including 4 downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, start that battery strong every single time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter what the weather is. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with Vulcan Tire and Automotive. You should do the same. Locations all across the greater Birmingham area. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What food is more universally loved than pizza?
Pizza.
French fries.
I was going to say mine. That was French fries for me.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue a burger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think hamburger would be where I would go, but French fries is right there.
But a bad burger is worse than bad pizza.
Bad fries are rough, man.
Yeah, I think I would probably agree. Bad fries are probably the worst of all three. Like, the worst pizza I've ever had is edible.
Right. The worst burger you ever had is not.
Yeah, I've had burgers where I've had to throw it away.
Fries. Tacos have become very popular, but I'm not a huge taco guy because most places you go, they serve you 3. You know, if they're street tacos, they're very small. It's just never enough for me, man.
Well, I mean, you get sides now, and then chips and queso and chips and salsa. We went to our friends at Taco Mama last night, and Jack he loves chorizo. Chorizo burrito, he can't put enough hot sauce on it, too. And that chorizo's already spicy.
It is spicy.
And then Jace got a couple of the beef tacos.
Yeah. Jennifer makes a street taco dish. Very simple street, just chicken street tacos, and they're really, really good. And I like big portions, so I have to eat like 5 of them.
Right.
But they are fantastic.
I'll tell you, our friends at the Coastal, the tuna tacos I got.
Yeah.
Like the ones at Walk-Ons are amazing. These are really good too, but they're like this big.
Yeah, I know.
And that again, loved everything at Coastal that night. But I saw what you got, and I was like, misordered again.
Yeah, there you go.
I ordered what Paul got, and I should have noticed. Don't order what the 177-pound guy orders. I was eating healthy all night.
You were the big boy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Second.
Greg says ice cream. I would say ice cream probably is in front of pizza.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think about desserts. I just went straight with the entrees. Ice cream over pizza. I think pizza is. I think
that's
pizza
a tight
is
race.
Everywhere.
Tight race.
Yeah, but you don't ever crave like, God, I want some ice cream right now.
I crave it all the time.
Well,
I love ice cream.
Over food like pizza. Like,
yeah, not everybody eats desserts. Not everybody.
They don't, but we were telling a friend of ours who was in town last week. It was Friday night when we were downtown on our remote with our friends at Redmont, and he had his girls in town, And the first place Brown and I started pushing for the, you need to take them to this ice cream place.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were
The
pushing
kids
ice
lit
cream
up,
on them.
man.
The kids were like, yeah,
let's go.
Dad.
Let's go now.
Which, by the way, is a foul of a person when talking to a parent
I
in front of their kids. When your kids are not around, for you to say, oh, you know what, you should take them for ice cream right now at 8 o'clock at night and get them all juiced up.
Well, we're in a pub drinking, and he's got his 2 young kids. So, it was a little cold outside. We figured we'd have somewhere to go.
Make it colder.
Yeah. Hey, and somewhere in town, they probably have, a video game store that you can go play some video games and other stuff to keep your kids up all night so you can't get any sleep.
Second down.
What old video game holds a special place in your memory?
Cubert. I used to love Cubert when I was a little kid.
Too.
I don't know why.
It's an odd-looking fella.
A couple I like Cubert, Frogger. Did you like Frogger?
I like Frogger.
Yeah, I liked Centipede more than I did Frogger.
I mean, even when I was engaged, so when I was a little bit older, like 25, 26 years old, me and Bethany, the ex, we had a Sega, and we would play Frogger at the house.
Yeah,
Frogger was fun.
The Centipede, boy, when you got that groove and you would get that thing lined up perfectly of where that thing was going to be coming down, and it'd be just
like playing with that ball.
You just start just buzzing all of them. It was perfect.
Most chaotic games were Asteroids and Missile Command. I like both, though. But the ones that jumped out to me, and the only game I've ever completed was Castlevania. I've talked about this before.
It's a hard game.
It was a hard game, but it took me a while, but I loved it. So it reminds me of high school. And then the other one would be Dragon's Lair. Do you guys remember Dragon's Lair?
Don't remember Dragon's Lair.
Yeah. Didn't you have Galaga at your house for a while?
No, yeah. So I had it had Galaga on it. It was a Miss Pac-Man, like the authentic, but it had like 15 games on it. But Jack's got it in his room now.
Like Galaga was terrific as well.
You know what I used to play on that is Dig Dug. You had Dig Dug on that. I did like Dig
It's
Dug.
amazing that you guys all went basically Atari games, and I'm thinking like GoldenEye.
No,
Yeah,
but
I did like Dig Dug.
Yeah.
So the Dragon's Lair was really unique for its day. It was early 80s. It was basically like cartoon animated graphics.
It was cutscenes.
Yeah, and my older brother Shane could dominate at it.
I
remember we'd go to this place, Holiday Inn at Fort Walton, and they had it in their arcade. So instead of like running around the beach, we'd stay in the arcade all day.
I
played Pac-Man, Pitfall, Punch Out.
Pitfall was fun. I like Pitfall.
Yeah, Pitfall was fun.
Yeah.
Dig Dug was fun, Maverick. I agree with you.
I had Joust on my Apple computer. Did you ever play Joust?
Joust,
that was a fun game.
Flying on the ostrich.
Yeah. It was very realistic.
Third down.
What do you say 1,000 times a day during your job?
We might be able to help each other out. I thought about this.
For me, it's the show brought to you today by.
Tell us about.
I knew that was going to be,
Yeah.
Right there.
I just do that about.
Yeah. Tell them the next round sent you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, do we want to do everybody's crutch phrases?
Bediako?
I don't know what mine is. Here,
Yeah.
tell me.
Blue Blood.
Yeah, we don't want to do this?
No, we
Blood.
can. Yeah.
Dunaway's is...
Should be a good time.
Should be a good time. He does that.
Alabama's playing against, who are they playing?
Alabama's playing...
Doesn't matter. Should be a good time.
They play San Diego
They
State.
start
Should be a
about
good time.
4:30. They do a little shoot around. That should be a good time.
Yeah.
Yep. Like Aikman saying, look. Yeah, I mean, we all have phrases.
Everybody.
I mean, I've got to fill 4 hours today. Can't do those without phrases and catchphrases.
That's actually one of his catchphrases. And
I do, I am the transition guy. I'm the try.
Jim, nobody was taking shots at you, man. We're just you can feel free to point mine out. What's my crutch phrase?
Our friends, I don't know your catchphrase, your clutch phrases.
Interesting.
Daniel says mine's I'm totally blown away.
I haven't noticed that as much with yours.
I will now.
Rockstar will do.
Daniel also says Daniel's on me.
Wow.
You will give me.
Yeah.
You guys will give me.
Yeah, you do that one a little bit. Yeah, you do that one a little bit. Rockstars is always, it's going to be fun. And he says that when he knows something's not going to be fun.
Yeah.
Lunsford says you say obviously a lot.
Okay. Obviously.
Patrick says they are that good is one of yours, LT.
Chris says
positive though.
Chris says I use to your point more than others. To your point, Jim. Yeah, I can own
that's
that
just
one.
him trying to reaffirm me that because if he doesn't, then my goodness, when we go to commercial, I will say.
Troy's right. I say before every ad because half the time Dunaway doesn't tell me where I'm going.
Well, again, I'm transitioning.
So I've got to buy a little time. Yeah.
Fill 4 hours here.
But see, I do kill
Didn't know I was gonna
time.
make a little tip.
I know you do sometimes. Sometimes you'll just throw it right.
Thanks
at
for
me.
asking this, Rockstar. Let's go to fourth down.
Yeah, but there are times when, like, in a second when we get ready to do Odie's, I will have to say, last night, LT, as you tell us about Odie's, you guys were at trivia.
There are
last night.
some that you don't have to worry about, like Michelson,
right?
Rombergs, Odie's, but there are some that float in occasionally that I don't have like down pat that I've got to use script.
You've known me 13 years now. You should never use don't have to worry about and Dunaway in the same sentence because I worry about everything.
Richard's right. When Lance is like fired up or pissed about a topic, he'll start his sentence with again. Again, Dunaway, I'm telling you. I've heard that one, yeah.
Fourth down.
Let's get off that one as quick as we can.
What subscription is 100% totally worth it?
It used to be NFL Sunday Ticket, but now that thing is switching over to YouTube, I guess it still will.
It's still going to be worth it.
You're not going to give it a shot, huh?
You're going to have to.
I've got to figure it out, but $350 for the entire season of every team is the best value in sports.
I'm with
DirecTV, but incredible. But now I still think Netflix. I don't even know what it is a month, but Netflix is incredible.
I think 17 or 18.
I think I'm $17.95 a month
but
now.
That content is just churned, man.
Yeah.
So 50 cents a day to get that.
Yeah.
I keep them all because just last night, last 2 days I've caught up on 9 episodes of Shrinking, which you told me I would love it, and I love it. I like it better than Ted Lasso. Same creators, and I like it better than Ted Lasso.
It's better than Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
I just think the dynamic between Jason Segel and Harrison Ford is pretty incredible.
Harrison Ford is doing a tremendous job in this. Does he really have Parkinson in real life?
I don't know.
Because if he doesn't, he is playing the hell out of it.
My wife and I were constantly in search of stuff we could find together, and that's why I'm so thankful for the streaming services. That's where we've been able to find it.
Yeah.
And
are you guys watching Shrinking yet?
No, we're watching right now. Jennifer and I are going through Better Call Saul, and we've both really, really enjoyed
Do
it.
you guys ever have problems so I've got HBO Max. I think you guys probably do too, which has HBO on demand. I'm trying to watch The Sopranos. Fortunately, I've got most of them on DVD, but like my seasons in The Sopranos will go like season 1, episodes 1 through 3, and then the next one will be episode 10.
Yeah,
it's like they're not all saved.
You got it on HBO Max.
It should just go chronologically on HBO Max, one to another.
Oh, yeah.
No. When I go to on demand and I go to series.
No, just go on your HBO Max app.
The Max app.
And every series, every episode ever in the history of HBO is on there.
Now, y'all have a better shot explaining this to the beer cooler than to Lance,
Very
but
true.
yes, you're going to go on your app.
What is the difference when I go to...
So you're paying for HBO, which means through your cable provider, or DirecTV, I guess, you get on demand that way. So, like, you can get shows from the networks, from cable channels, from HBO, all that. You need HBO Max, which is a totally separate app.
It's an app.
On HBO Max, there's stuff that's specifically for HBO Max that you can get.
Yeah.
Plus, it has literally everything from HBO from the beginning of time, all there for you. So every episode, you go to Sopranos season 1, everything's there. Season 2, everything's
Like I watched
there.
an episode of Our List the other day.
Wow.
Really, if y'all will just call the roommate and give her this info, this is going to be much more efficient than doing what we're doing right now. Yes.
So I have to download the app.
Yes.
But I've got it because I'm already paying for it, right?
That's right. You're an HBO customer.
You get HBO Max with everything. You just have to download the app and use that.
Yeah.
You're trying to use DirecTV, not HBO.
You got to do that stingy thing. You got to create a username and a password.
Again, y'all are wasting your breath right here. I don't know why y'all are having this conversation. Just call the roommate, somebody.
If I'm ever in a bad mood, I'll just pick a random episode of Entourage and just go back to a younger time.
One show they don't have on there is Dream On, which I don't understand.
I've got
And
that on
Westworld,
DVD.
they killed it.
Yeah, Westworld too. Yeah,
They took it completely off.
Why?
Don't really know why, but they did it with a few shows like a few months ago.
That's our 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, hey, look, if you're going on a road trip, take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. Dead battery's not going to get you there. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across the Birmingham area. You can find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicle. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Okay, if you've seen this, don't answer, but if you have not seen it, new Bully mascot at Mississippi State, Bully 22, XXII.
Okay.
Bully 22. If you were naming the new Bulldog mascot at Mississippi State, what would you name it?
Pirate.
Pirate. Oh, Great tribute.
Yeah, they paid tribute to Michael H.
They should have done that.
Yeah.
Madkin.
Madkin. Good call. Maybe one of the first 21 would name Madkin. It was not.
Willie One Eye.
Willie One Eye.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Red Rocket.
Actually, a friend of mine, Clara Fuller, actually named her dog this. She's a student there at Mississippi State. But the bully is now named Dak. D-E-A-K.
Okay, I got
Dak.
no problem with that.
So
the most prominent football player in state history.
Yeah, so Dak is the name of the new bully mascot there at Mississippi State. Good-looking young little fellow there. They had a picture of him in the
Got
middle.
some fight in him, some spirit
Got
in
some
him.
fight in him, that bully
I'm not
dog.
a bulldog guy.
They have breathing problems, man. It's sad.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that's why they're already at 22.
That's
Rockstar.
right.
Huge
Yes.
snores.
Catches up.
Huge.
All right, we're back in a moment. The show being brought to you by our friends LT at Odie's. I don't have to worry about it, but you guys were at Odie's last night.
Here is the trivia question last night. Neither one of you guys was there.
Nope.
Rockstar knows the answer. And a kind of a hint, we talked about this yesterday. What came first, Reese Witherspoon or Star Wars?
Star Wars to me was in the 70s.
Yeah, I think 77 was the first Star Wars. I was born in 76. I think Reese Witherspoon is...
She's 43. She'd have been
younger than me. I'm going to
80,
say Star Wars came
79.
first.
I'm going to say Star Wars by 1 year.
Okay, yesterday I reminded you guys that Reese Witherspoon turned 47 yesterday.
I didn't hear that.
Which would have been the year of 1976.
That's the year I was born.
Which was a year before Star Wars in 1977.
There you go, yeah.
See, I thought Star Wars had already turned 50.
Yeah, just a couple of the things you learn when you come out to Odie's Team Trivia. New faces out there last night. The ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Great place to watch games tonight. They're having beer and basketball tonight, and it is benefiting an organization. So a charitable organization. I don't remember which one. I apologize. But if you're looking for a place to go down there, drink, eat, have fun. The food's incredible from Rodney Davis, like the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches like the Diablo sandwich. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern.
Who has better-looking Ewoks, Star Wars or Reese Witherspoon? We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at The Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the Next Round Bud Light, bringing you part of the show. Always good to see that great-looking Bud Light can wherever you're looking for your beer this year. From the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, LTD&B with you as we approach the top of the hour. The shooter, Pat Bradley, on the phone or Zoom?
He's phoning with us. Pat, he did the one Zoom, and he's like, I'm out. It was one of the greatest moments in show history, and he accepts that, but he's also like, I'm just not good at it. I'd rather do phone. I'm old school.
Oh, you're actually really good at it. So, too, is Wayne's. Our folks at Wayne's have been so good at it that they've been in business 50 years, and right now they want to help you enjoy the next 50 years of being a customer with them by giving you a huge discount right now on any of their services. You can stack them up, save $50 on one, $100, $150, and that includes current or new customers. So current customers, you can get the same deal right now if you use the promo code TNR. TNR, just go to callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or call them up 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. Promo code TNR. If you're adding a service, $50 off. If you're an existing customer, use that promo code and save that money with our friends at Wayne's. That includes pest control, termite. But I want to talk to you right now about the lawn service. It's that time of year. Get that wonderful lawn service. Have the best looking lawn in the neighborhood. And then the mosquito services that when you're out enjoying that lawn, you don't have to worry about the mosquitoes. That's our friends there. Use the promo code TNR at Wayne's. Call Waynes.com, 866-WAYNES1. Bradley talking basketball in a second, so let's go back to football quickly. A couple of camps, Auburn camp. Robbie Ashford, how difficult it is to evaluate him according to Hugh Freeze. And he uses Malik Willis as an example. He told everyone this week, and Malik Willis, all through camp, we never knew what Malik Willis was like. We get into the first game, and there's a couple of RPOs where he zips the ball 30 yards on the money, but then all of a sudden he pulls one down, and all of a sudden he's running down for a 30 or 40-yard gain, and he looks like a running back running with it. And he said, you never get those in practice because the whistle blows once he pulls it and tucks to run. It goes back to the same story you used to hear about Cam Newton at Auburn.
Yeah, I always tell the story about Rick Burgess, our good friend, the host of the Rick and Bubba show. His son was on the Auburn team at the time. And I was talking to Rick one day, and I was like, who do you think is going to win the quarterback job? He goes, oh, it's going to be Cam Newton. And he said his son told him, he's like, Dad, this guy's good, but just wait till you see him when the play breaks down. He goes, when the play breaks down, this guy is next level.
Yeah, and what was interesting, the masses got to see Cam that first time really in that spring game, and he wasn't good.
That's right. Very average because they were blowing the whistles, and he couldn't run over people. So Hugh says we may not know what Robbie Ashford is until we get to the first game next year in the new system.
Yeah, in the new system. Now, the difference being between Robbie Ashford and Malik Willis, I've had a really good sample size of Robbie with that personnel in an Auburn uniform. Now, he's not the most efficient passer in the world. When the play broke down, Robbie Ashford was really, really good. To be fair to Robbie Ashford, he didn't have a great offensive line. He didn't appear to have a ton of playmakers to throw the football to. I don't think he was set up for success by his coaching staff. I mean, I think he had a lot going against him. That Hugh Freeze can fix some of that, not all of that. It's going to be a little bit of a longer fix on some of it, but I think Hugh Freeze can fix some of that.
Well, the one thing that Robbie Ashford's got is incredible athleticism.
That's right, and that's what Troy says. Unless you can get an NFL caliber quarterback in the portal, Robbie is going to be definitely Auburn's best option going into the season.
I agree.
One other football camp note, because we're watching the national champions, the two-time national champs, Georgia, trying to become the first team ever to win 3 national championships in a row. But Mike Bobo's the new offensive coordinator. So Brock Bauer is giving us a little insight on what the Bobo offense is looking like. And he says, listen, Mike Bobo has taken it on himself to come in and learn the Todd Monken offense and to learn the Monken terminology to where only one person is having to learn it as opposed to the entire offense having to learn a new system. So Bobo's come in. He's got the Monken playbook, the Monken system. He's using that, using the Monken terminology. But but Brock Bowers says already Bobo is throwing in a few wrinkles that, quote, I like a lot. That coming from Georgia camp.
If Brock Bowers is saying that is, if he likes them a lot, I think we know where the ball's going.
So the guy who likes it a lot.
I happen to like that a lot. Good play, Coach.
And Georgia fans can't be upset with that news right there. All right. We're at the top of the hour right now. Rockstar, if I said work uniform, before Brownie tells you about Nichols, if I say work uniform, you used to have to go to work wearing a referee's jersey. Where did you work?
Applebee's or Foot Locker.
Foot Locker.
I forgot about Applebee's.
I forgot Applebee's. Foot Locker. Word comes that over the next 3 years, Foot Locker is going to be closing 400 stores.
That's unfortunate.
What about Lady Foot Locker?
They're good, I'm sure.
Good.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, the shoe game has changed so much. You got people bidding online. Everybody really shops online. There is a really cool place downtown in Bessemer.
Huge problem in America. I mean, it's good for the people that own the online company, Jeff Bezos, but for the brick and mortar stores, it's another opportunity here that we're closing doors in America. And Patrick brings up a good point. There are actually 400 Foot Lockers left.
I'm a little surprised by that. You know, their business model is also in the mall, and the mall's kind of dying too. Yep. So, I mean, that affects it.
I'll tell you, though, our friend Wes at New Balance right there on 280 next to Chick-fil-A, they do a great job, and there's always people in there. Support local.
Well, see, I agree with that. Support local, go to the brick and mortar places, and like at New Balance, you go there on Highway 280, and they fit your foot, right? You have the best foot experience at that point because it's not just some kid there wearing a basketball jersey or a referee's jersey trying to help you out.
You think they did that at Foot Locker?
They did not.
Speaking of supporting local, it is turkey time. That is not Thanksgiving. That is turkey season in Alabama. For all you hunters out there, no better place to stock up on essential gear than Nichols Outfitters of Pelham. Top quality firearms, camo, calls, and decoys, everything you need for a successful season. I-65 exit 242 in Pelham, NicholsOutfitters.com. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. and let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're back with you on the next round. We're getting ready for Pat Bradley as soon as I tell you about the Birmingham Squadron's last home game of the season. It's Saturday night down at Legacy Arena, 7 o'clock Saturday night. They're taking on the College Park Skyhawks. That's the Atlanta G League team. This is the last chance for you to see the two-way players here in Birmingham before they join the Pelicans bench for the rest of the year. It's the final Squadron home game Saturday night. The first 1,000 fans get a Commander bobblehead. That's the mascot, the beautiful little mascot you have there. And it's Fan Appreciation Night at the Legacy Arena. A lot going on to jump down there and see the final home game of the year. As always, your chance to get the tickets, Ticketmaster.com, or call them up, 205-719-0850 for your Birmingham Squadron.
All right, let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The shooter, Pat Bradley, SEC Network, with us now. His Hogs getting ready to play tonight. What is up, Pat Bradley? How are you?
Good. How we doing, boys?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Your school's head coach ripped his shirt off in response to the Kansas win. What did an alum, Pat Bradley, do in response to watching your old school beat Kansas?
Well, you set me up for getting in trouble with that answer. That's for sure.
You can censor. You can self-censor.
Tequila or bourbon? Is that which way did you go?
Well, let's just say he still had more clothes on than I
did. Hey, so this next game for your alma mater, though, this UConn team is on fire. The Sonogo kid, 24 of 33 from the field. Jordan Hawkins is shooting the lights out. How do you think your team matches up with UConn?
Well, with Arkansas, and Coach Muss talks about how they can beat anybody, but they can also lose to anybody. And the reasons for that is they've got size, athleticism, and speed at every position. And the problem is, though, they've been inconsistent because there's games they've lost where they didn't shoot from the free throw line well. Shot 50% from the free throw line. There's games where they've had 18 to 20 turnovers, so don't take care of the basketball well. And then there's some games where they foul too much. They put the opponent on the free throw line, giving them, putting fouls on their team and sending them to a high percentage shot. So I think when you look at the matchup with UConn, and UConn can win a national championship. They're that good. They've got size, athleticism, physical play, and they've got a really good shooter in Jordan Hawkins. So, but that matchup and the ability for the Hogs to match up with any style, I think, is what makes them dangerous. The problem is, will they make those mistakes, those mental errors? Really, is what it is. So it's going to come down to a one-possession game. When they beat Kansas, it came down to 2 offensive rebounds at the end of that game by the Hogs that won them that game. It was just as simple as that. They at one point were down 10 points in the second half, which actually, it's strange to say that's not a big deal, but the way that this team defends and how quickly they get out in transition, 10 points is, wasn't that big of a deal. So it's probably going to come down to free throws and can you get on the glass? Can you compete against the UConn team that's probably the best offensive rebounding team in the country.
I'm interested on who needs the right set of officials blowing whistles tonight more, Arkansas against UConn or Tennessee against FAU?
Yeah, well, I think with Arkansas and UConn, they both have really good depth, so they can both survive a lot of whistles. With Tennessee, they've got crazy depth too. I think that's the difference. But Florida Atlantic is a very dangerous team because how well they shoot the three. And we know that's the great equalizer in college basketball. If you can step out and, they're capable of making 15 threes. So that probably is going to be the difference in that game. Can Tennessee get out and defend the three-point line?
The shooter, Pat Bradley, is with us. And, Tennessee being there without Zakai Ziegler is the huge surprise. And I know some Tennessee fans here in Birmingham. I was talking to them after the Louisiana game. They're like, Duke runs us out of the gym if we turn it over 18 times. But they didn't. Credit to Rick Barnes' team for figuring it out without Zakai Ziegler. I think everybody thought they were going and done when they lost him.
Yeah, and that was the big question. What's happened, though, is Jemai Mashak has stepped in that starting role. And what Tennessee had is, when Ziegler wasn't playing point when he was out of the game, they had Santiago Vescovi could play point. Josiah Jordan-James could play point. Tyreek T brings the ball up at times. So it was point guard by committee, really. And so what happens is Zakai Ziegler, as good as he is, right? He not only offensively, but from a defensive standpoint, he gets down and guards 94 feet, right? But he's about 5'10", 5'11". Now, Jemai Mashak at 6'4", who is a fantastic defender. Tennessee actually got bigger. And, that probably will help them moving forward, without having Ziegler. Mashak's done a fantastic job. He really has. You mentioned not turning it over and just getting them in their offense. And then, Vescovi shot the ball extremely well in the first half against Duke. And then they had Olivier Calmo, who's got a high ceiling offensively. He took over in the second half. So, you can do it without having that dominant point guard. If you, take care of it, get in your offense. And the way Tennessee runs their offense, there's a lot of movement, player movement, ball movement. So they can survive without having that dynamic point guard that breaks you down off the dribble.
Great defense versus great offense, and what I believe is the best game of the night, Gonzaga, UCLA. Gonzaga's won 11 straight. UCLA's won 14 of 15. What wins out? Great offense, great defense.
Man, I love the Zags. When you have such a tight matchup, you feel like they've got the better player in Drew Timme. Like Gonzaga obviously has other players besides him, but he is such a tough matchup. You guys saw him, I guess, what was that, November 25th down in Birmingham. His ability with his size to create shots for himself, and you double team him, he's a great passer. So I think all things being equal, and UCLA is a great defensive team, there's no doubt. And UCLA has good offensive plays. Jaime Jaquez is a matchup nightmare as well. And their point guard, Tiger Campbell, is, he's a heck of a point guard. But I'm going to go with Drew Timme on this one. I just think he is too good offensively no matter what you throw at him from a defensive standpoint. I think he'd figure it out.
Listen, there's a good chance Drew Timme does not smoke cigarettes. But when I was growing up, there was an older kid that would play with us, and he would be ashing a cigarette while he shot threes in our face, smoking while playing with us. And he just was better because he was older and had all the nuances of a skinny white guy who could move on the basketball court while smoking a cigarette. He was, from what I like to call the wrong side of the tracks, Pat, back in the day. Drew Timme does have this look about him on the court where it doesn't look like he's faster than anybody. It doesn't look like he jumps higher than anybody. It doesn't look like he has a prettier shot than anybody. He just gets the job done. Have you ever run into a guy like that at the Y or in the local gym or and playing competitive basketball in your lifetime?
Oh, plenty of them. And the thing about Drew Timme, he's got like those old Kevin McHale moves, right, down in the post. But that's, those are the dangerous ones. Like, I always would prefer to play against, somebody who was more athletic than me versus somebody who was a little bit craftier, because, the guys that think the game, it's a different animal, and that's what he does, man. He goes into every possession, not figuring out necessarily what shot he can get off, but like what's best for the team. And you'll see him, he made some passes the other night that, I'm talking cross court swing passes for an open 3-point shooter, stuff like that, you love playing with a guy like that. And you're right, his experience, you think would especially in games like this, would prove to be very important. Because I do think experience in these games, understanding the sense of urgency, and UCLA has been there too, but understanding the sense of urgency. I'll go back to like Devo Davis for Arkansas in the second half. He's played in 2 Elite Eights the last 2 seasons. So he understood second half, sense of urgency. I got to make something happen now. And, those are the advantages of having guys that have been there before.
Well, when I was at that game when Gonzaga was in town, I watched in warm-ups. I was in the arena early, and they did a whole round of warm-ups where Timme wasn't even on the floor. And then the second time he does come out, and everybody else has got those guns, stretching out muscles and bands and doing all this thing. He really was like White Man Can't Jump. Who was Woody Harrelson? Like, he barely did any stretches or anything, and then boom, he has taken it to Alabama for 40 minutes. So it is a crazy character. If you say national champion comes from tonight or tomorrow night of the Sweet 16, you more comfortable with the Alabama and the Houstons, the ones left on tomorrow night, or do you think one of these 8 teams tonight can hoist up the trophy?
Well, I think UConn can win it, Arkansas can win it, Gonzaga can win it, UCLA can win it. Tennessee's got a path to the Final Four, which they would play Alabama. I picked Alabama, so I'm going to continue to say Alabama. I think they're the best team in the country. I think they're the most complete team. They've got, obviously, the size that they have, the depth that they have. They can beat you defensively. They can, obviously, when they're rolling, when their shots are falling, it's even more devastating. But yeah, they just overwhelm you. So I'm going to stick with Bama as my pick. But there's a lot of other teams that are good enough to win if on any given night. Let me just put it to you that way. It's one game. It's 40 minutes of basketball. Anything could happen. Like I mentioned, you can miss shots. You get in foul trouble. But I'm still going with the favorite, Bama.
He has picked Alabama. He is Pat Bradley, the shooter, at Pat Bradley 22, the Arkansas great SEC network now. Shooter, thank you for the time. Enjoy the games.
All right, fellas. Talk soon.
All right, buddy. Take care. The shooter with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline. I was waiting for Bradley to say your boy was running the 40 minutes of smell. Can't imagine going up and down the court with a heater in your mouth.
Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour of the show as always. Champy'sChicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew right there ready to take care of you. Great lunch today. And we always mention their catering for office parties or receptions, anything. Champy'sChicken.com to set that up with Sterling and the crew. But also to take it home and watch the games tonight, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's perfect for watching sports at home. Those great Mississippi Delta recipe tamales and so much more. It is Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. But Timme does have that. At times it's like he looks like he's a 30-year-old playing with a bunch of kids out there.
And look, maybe probably the best footwork in all of college basketball. If you ask any of the bigs or coaches that have scouted him, he's got soft hands, and he is a guy that can take a game over. So he scored 28 in the win over TCU. He tied a record, became just the 7th player in NCAA tournament history with 9 20-plus outings. And some of the other guys on this list, Bill Bradley, Princeton, way back in the day. Pretty damn good player back in the
I would
whenever
say
that was.
That's right.
Elvin Hayes, Danny Manning, Glenn Rice, Corliss Williamson, and Rip Hamilton.
That's a pretty dang good list right there.
So there's been a lot of consistency. A lot of people thought that he would leave after last year. I think he made the right decision coming back. I think he's going to be a contributor in the NBA. He's probably a 10 to 12 minute guy. He'll still probably make $4 to $5 million a year, but he is a guy that can take this tournament over, and he's a guy that could really make a run when nobody really has counted Gonzaga into this thing. You know, for the last few years, people are like, Gonzaga's going to finally cut down the nets. This could be that year that they finally get there.
We'll hear from the Alabama players and the Alabama coaches in the next hour. Their live event going on up at Yum Center is their media and workout day up there. Wendell Green joins us at the top of the hour. Before LT, well, let me put it this way. LT is going to tell us right now about our friends at Hemp Hill. And then I've got a gambling story that I want LT to give us his reaction to, okay? Because we always warn you about, drink responsibly, eat responsibly. We probably don't tell you enough about gambling responsibly, too. It can be an addiction as well. An unbelievable story after you tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill
Services. Again, they're offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent Trane dealer. They can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Trust our friends at Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Evander Kane earned $76 million in his NHL career. Mostly known for his time with the Edmonton Oilers, but $76 million. He has been trying for a while to file Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and it continues to stay in court. He is yet to be granted. It's unlike The Office where Michael just walks in and says, I declare bankruptcy.
I don't think that's how it works, Michael.
Yeah, it takes a little bit more to that. He right now has liabilities topping $26 million. LT, you tell me when I go to Las Vegas, and it's my problem on Monday nights in poker too, what do I do wrong? I like
you
to play.
Sit down at the table.
Yeah. I don't like to not play a hand. And if I'm in Las Vegas, I don't like not playing a game. So I put money on everything, everywhere. Tell me if you've ever heard of this. Evander Kane, with papers filed in court and oath testimony, says that he wagered sometimes as often as 50 times a day. 50 times a day he would make a bet.
Well, that's an addiction, obviously, a bad addiction. And first of all, you should gamble for recreation. You shouldn't gamble to make money. And so it does take some discipline. Like, we've had this website for 8 years now, lancesluck.com. We've had 7 winning years out of the 8.
Yep.
And we had our best percentage-wise this past year in football. If I just played the games that I gave out, I would win money. It would be a grind over a long term, but it would only be a few games each and every day. My problem is, much like Kane there, is when I start having a cocktail on Saturday, it goes from the 5 games that I gave out to, Fresno and New Mexico are playing tonight.
Ooh, I really like Fresno.
I kind of like Fresno.
I know. So,
and I play those other games, and those other games are the ones that ultimately get me in trouble.
So a lot of people have a moral obligation, or not obligation, morally they're against gambling. I've never been that guy. Like, I don't separate people that actually do their homework like Lance. I don't separate that from the stock market. To me, both of those are a gamble, right? It's an absolute gamble.
I mean, DraftKings, same thing.
And I play DraftKings, but you guys know this. Really, I only play golf on it, and I do my homework. Doesn't mean I win every time, but I win more often than I lose. I mean, I'm up money in DraftKings, not a lot because I don't play a lot, right? That's when gambling's a problem because you can't do the homework on 50 games a day. You can't, Lance, you know this.
Oh, I do, and I know people, some good friends of ours. And look, and they've got the resources where he had the resources.
Yeah, 76 million.
Had being a key
he
word
was
there,
next
yes.
level. But I've got some friends that have got the resources, and I could text them right now and ask them to any side of anything. I could say, tonight, let's go Drew Timme. Let's put his total at 23.5.
You want the over or the under?
Yeah, over the under, you name it, whatever price, and they would play it.
Yeah, and probably would say, I don't care which side, just tell me which side you want.
Yeah, and I don't care what amount. You tell me what amount.
But now those people with that kind of wherewithal, you've probably got, $50, $100 on it maybe? I mean, you could have more, but I'm saying if you only had $50 or $100, I mean, that's a drop in the bucket to what kind of money they have.
But to finish the Kane story here, you said you do it for recreation. You set a budget for yourself. That's why we encourage you to do it with our friends at MyBookie. Never bet more than you can lose, all that stuff. The NHL entered a lockout in 2012. Here he is making millions of dollars. He was uncertain about his future, so he decided to support himself and his family in paying the bills by trying to win at gambling.
Yeah, that was good, clear thinking on his part, because you're gonna win enough to support your family.
Wait, so how much money did he have at that point in his career?
I don't know how much he has done, but he's been paying off bookies. Like one bookie, he paid off $75,000 in 2 Rolexes.
Ouch.
So you've been down that road before. I've been down that road before.
Never owned a Rolex, but ping golf clubs and a stereo. Yeah.
Most bookmakers will cut deals with you. They would rather have some than none.
Yeah.
You've got some deadbeats out there.
Well, I mean, some of this other is, businesses that went bad. Some of his dead, but he's admitting that part of his problem was a gambling addiction of 50 bets a day at times.
That's insane. And look, finances are the number one cause of divorce. Can you imagine if his wife was a spender, and I'm just guessing she probably was.
Yeah, I mean, if you make that kind of money, you're probably spending that kind of money.
Yeah, and then him gambling. Can you see when it came down to bankruptcy and then back and forth? Well, your Amex bill was $75,000.
Well, you had the Trailblazers plus 3.
Yeah. Why would you take them? Stoudemire isn't any good anymore.
Poor kids, man.
That's awful.
Yeah, their inheritances.
Gone.
Down the shitter.
Gone.
All right, we're back in a moment here. LT has the Trash for us today, brought to you by our friends at Champy's. A lot of jam-packed basketball in the final hour of the show still to come. Champy's world-famous fried chicken brings you this hour every day. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Never a gamble. Always great food with Sterling and the crew at champy'schicken.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa.birmingham.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. Armando Bacot announcing yesterday he's returning to North Carolina at age 23 for one more year. And this is like Shebway last year, Drew Timme, who's still playing. There's just more money to be made in the NIL than what they're projected to make in the NBA. Most likely those guys are going to make most of their money overseas at some point.
Yeah, Armando Bacot obviously is a really, really good college basketball player, a guy that helped North Carolina go on that magical run where they almost won a national championship last year. He's got that fifth year of eligibility. I just don't know if there's a spot in the NBA for him. He doesn't have a lot of lift. There's not a lot of athleticism for him. And he's kind of, yeah.
I was just real quick about him. I watched a really bad show. I admit it. The Outer Banks.
Yep.
On Netflix.
He is on
Okay.
it.
That's a popular show, though.
He plays a bodyguard for maybe 20 seconds. There's no line. He just sits there. That's it. And I was like, that looks like that dude from North Carolina.
Yeah.
And I
It's
looked
him.
it up, and it's, I don't know why, but he's just there for 20 seconds. Doesn't say a line, just gives the guy a stare down, and that's it.
Well, if I don't think I am going to be a first-round guaranteed money guy,
he's projected to go undrafted.
And yeah, so if I don't think I'm going to be a first-round guaranteed money guy, and there's money to be made in college, why not make it now and then just try the next year when I have to be drafted?
Well, you look at the bigs right now in the NBA; they're so different. Embiid is, maybe the best, him and Jokic, but those guys can shoot it. They can handle it. That's not Bacot's game, so he is going to be more of what you would call an international player.
Bacot, by the way, made the reported $500,000 in NIL this year, not counting any under the table money or just the traditional payment of college players the way we used to do it. He's expected to hit $1 million at some
good for
point.
him.
Our show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Bacot was banged up most of the season this year after they played Alabama in that classic game back in December, or was that November? Again, I'm confused. You have our friends at Precision Sports who can always get you back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting something in the attic, injured the elbow shooting hoops, maybe hurt the knee getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jose Altuve is out 2 months with that broken thumb he got in the World Baseball Classic, but despite a couple of major injuries, they are online and everyone already committing to playing in 2026, the next WBC. But there's one tweak as we get ready for Major League Baseball starting in just over a week now. Major League Baseball says that they will continue to review one position throughout the course of the season, and if that position does not continue to perform at a certain level, they will be dismissed and a new person will take their place. Do you know who they're talking about?
The head of the umpires.
LT, you want to take a guess? Rocky, a guess?
I think
Bat Boy.
head of the umpire sounds good.
It is the Bat Boy and Bat
Wow.
Girls, Rockstar said. That
What are they getting wrong?
If the Bat Boy and Bat Girls in any way in picking up, bringing equipment, they don't do it in a timely fashion.
Dear Lord.
That to keep the game moving at pace and stuff, the umpire has a right to stop the game and keep from any penalties being assessed to the teams for a ball or a strike for you not being in the box and ready to go, or a pitcher or whatever. But the Major League Baseball will continue to review the Bat Girls and Bat Boys throughout the year. And if you have a continuous problem, those kids will be dismissed.
A hefty kid on the natural would have trouble, wouldn't he? I mean, he was huffing and puffing.
I mean, can you wait?
Here's your bat, Mr. Hobbs.
Can you wait till the first story this year where some kid is fired from a Major League Baseball team by the MLB?
I mean, the pressure on the kids, they've got to be
Really?
intimidated already to begin with.
Yeah, my gosh. I think we could forgive them.
I mean, we may be trying to speed this thing up a little too much.
Yeah,
here.
if we're worried about the bat boys and bat girls.
All right, let's do trash. Hit the big button, rock star.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first, Jack Daniels. Everybody knows the famous Tennessee Whiskey Company.
Jack and Coke.
Trying to stop production and marketing of a chewy dog toy called Bad Spaniels. Now, the toy is shaped and decorated like a Jack Daniels bottle, features a spaniel and the name Bad Spaniels.
I thought they were overreacting until I saw it. Now I can see why.
Now, on the label, instead of the iconic Jack Daniels name and instead of promising 40% alcohol by volume, it promises 43% poo by volume, 100% smelly. There's a ton of companies. So Lady Bird, you'll be shocked, gets a bark box every month.
Yes.
And it comes
least surprising thing I've heard of the show today. Yes.
Have you gone to the mailbox today, Lance?
She does go nuts. But she gets like 4 or 5 plushes. This is one that she's gotten. Rockstar, will you pull it?
Oh, she got the Bad Spaniel?
No, she hasn't got the Bad Spaniel yet, but she's gotten the White Paw, but she's also gotten the Stella Artois. So it looks just like a Stella bottle.
Just like Daddy drinks.
Yeah. So pull this and look how spot on this looks. I can't believe they're getting upset about this. I'll continue the story when he's trying to find this. Now, the vinyl bottle is part of a line of chewy dog toys called Silly Squeakers, which parodies other famous brands, manufactured by VIP Products, the country's second largest dog toy manufacturer. Now, the owner says he got the idea of Bad Spaniels parody when he was out at dinner, found himself staring at a bar in the back, the iconic Jack Daniels bottle on the spot. He took his phone out, called his graphics designer, and said, "Got 2 words for you, Bad Spaniels." Within 48 hours, they were mass producing this. There's a Stella. I mean, it looks just like Stella, right?
I mean, it's got the logo, yeah. But you're right. I mean, it is a straight ripoff, even to the name.
I think it's good marketing for these places.
It is, but they're saying it's giving us a bad name. It's about a dog.
Yeah, I know.
I think probably what it is Jack Daniels wants to do it themselves. So if they could stop them from doing it.
Give me a cut of it.
Yeah,
Still,
I mean, we
didn't. It's hurting our name.
Yeah, we didn't come up with the idea.
This past week, Jack Daniels' lawyers said they're going to tell Supreme Court the toy infringes on its trademark, confuses consumers, tarnishes its reputation. How does that confuse?
Well, I'm confused.
consumers?
I'm trying to drink and it squeaks.
Yeah.
But Ladybird tore the ass out of that one. They've got a, it's like a blue piece of plastic inside of these plushes, and it says "Dog wins."
When they get it out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what she does.
Yeah, my little guy, Angus, does the same thing. Every toy he gets, loves it, but whenever he gets through playing with it the first time, he starts the burring to try to get the squeaky thing out of the middle. That's what he does.
Yeah, and I got to pick that shit up. It's all over the house. The like the cotton foam or whatever it is.
You know what you need? A wife.
What, make her pick it up?
No, Maggie would make me pick it up, especially if she heard that. Yeah. I'd get hit over the head right now with a Stella Artois.
Oh my.
Artois.
It wouldn't hurt.
Hey, if you guys escape jail, where's the first place you'd go?
A country that does not have extradition to the United
States.
The country that does not have extradition to the United States.
These guys in Newport News, Virginia, went to IHOP.
Oh, that's probably not my first stop now.
Now, the Newport News Sheriff's Office says 2 inmates tunneled a hole in a cell wall to escape from jail on Monday evening.
It's Richard Kimball.
It is Richard
and
Kimball.
Shaka Smart. Now, Arlie Nemo and John Garza were able to exploit a construction design weakness in the building by using a toothbrush and a metal object to make a hole, according to the sheriff's office. Once outside, they scaled a security wall and escaped. The jail annex is a minimum security facility. The two were discovered missing during a routine head count. It was from a tip from the public that led police to an IHOP in Hampton, where the two were reportedly eating around 3 a.m. Tuesday morning.
How good did that food taste the first time out of the joint?
How do you know the food didn't get taken out yet? Like they just made their orders.
Would you let them finish, though?
I would, yeah.
I probably would, too.
Well, it depends on what they did.
Yeah, if you're the cop, you sit down and you pour a cup of coffee next to him. Y'all didn't think he was getting away with this, did you, boys?
You boys didn't think you were going to get away from this. How many times when they were burning that hole with the toothbrush do you think they talked about, they made Shawshank jokes?
Well, yeah.
Man up advantage like a fart in the wind.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is they said, a toothbrush and a metal object. They have a picture of the hole. Now, I don't know how long. Did it say how long it took? Because that's the hole. A toothbrush and a metal object.
Well, at some point, you just start kicking bricks out.
I got some pretty broad shoulders. I don't know if I could get through that hole.
You.
And when you get out of prison, you could. You dislocate your shoulder.
On top of all that, I mean, Andy Dufresne had to dig through way more. I mean, that's not that much you have to dig through to get out. I don't know if that's out in the open or if you got to climb a fence.
You guys could easily fit through that hole.
Well, I don't know how big that hole is, Jim.
Yeah,
I don't know that I could.
Oh, I could fit through that hole.
Well, I mean, you think about the bricks. That's about not even 3 bricks. That's 2.5 bricks.
Now, if my life depended on it, I'm like Rockstar. I think I could figure it out, but...
Well, I'd hate to get stuck in that, though.
Yeah, boy.
You're not going to believe me, Warden. You're not going to believe this.
1 in a million shot.
It's that deep. It's that high.
Yeah, I would have let them eat. One of them was charged on credit card fraud, and one was probation violation.
Yeah, I mean, they're not. It doesn't sound like they're hardened criminals, does it, Lance?
No.
No, if they're hardened criminals, you let them eat, and then you tie them up and pull them back through the hole.
Are finally going to settle something right here.
All right.
There's a long-running debate.
Oh, yeah, this is easy.
That's Ryan Brown right there.
Yeah, you throw a banana peel or an apple core out the window, it's feeding the animals. Yeah, it is.
Why would you say that?
Because
animals not going to eat a banana peel.
100% an animal will eat a banana peel. Lance, you're insane. Raccoons getting trash all the time.
Yeah, and they'll take an apple core and they'll eat it down to the core, and then they'll leave the core.
No, sir. An animal will eat a banana peel.
But it's just a bad look.
Bad look for what?
For society to be throwing anything out of your car.
But I thought you said because it's biodegradable.
It is, and animals eat it.
Tossing banana peel on the ground in Alabama isn't littering since it's biodegradable.
Thank you.
Right? Question mark. On behalf of law enforcement and environmentalists everywhere, the short answer is no. Alabama Code Title 13A, Criminal Code 13A 729 says that someone commits the crime of littering if they do any of the following. First, knowing deposits in any manner litter on any public or private property or in any public or private waters without permission to do so. I'm going to skip down to the final one because there's a bunch of them. The final one, the decomposition of some things that take longer than you think to break down. Banana peels generally take up to 2 years to break down, while orange peels take around 6 months.
Yeah, so that's 6 months of trash then out there why it becomes biodegradable.
Animals eat it. It's not trash. I throw it over in the weeds. I don't throw it where people can see it.
Well, animals will also eat your McDonald's half hamburger if you throw it out there too.
Sure. That's not litter.
What about the wrapper?
That is
I don't want the
littering.
wrapper either.
It's not littering. Animals are going to eat it. I don't throw
pissed
the wrapper
when
out.
I see people flick a cigarette out of the car.
Well, that's because animals are not going to eat that. You shouldn't flick a cigarette out of a car.
Animal's not going to eat the banana peel.
Absolutely. I think you're out of your mind if you don't think an animal
let's do
who's
this.
Scavenging for food is not going to see a banana peel and like, I'll try that.
Will Levis and I have both eaten banana peels.
Smells like bananas.
Let's do this. Let's put a banana peel on the curb in the back of the parking lot here, and I guarantee it'll still be there in a week.
I bet you it would not. Somebody will pick it up.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem. Somebody's going to pick it up.
Let's go back to our old office. Let's put a banana peel on the back of the office.
Right. Back there where all the raccoons were in the dumpster.
Yeah.
You know what they were looking for?
Banana peels.
A banana peel.
Anything, Lance. Anything. They were digging through trash.
Low main, score.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were looking for stuff.
Animals eat their own poop, Lance. You don't think they're going to eat you don't think they're going to eat a banana peel?
I don't think so, but
Well,
I've
you don't know what
I've
you're
never
talking
seen
about.
an animal eat a banana peel.
Have you ever seen an animal eat a hamburger?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen an animal eat a dead bird? Have you ever seen an animal eat a dead squirrel?
I've seen them kill a squirrel. I haven't really seen them eat it.
Well, they do.
I guess a cat would.
Yeah, just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
So have
like
you
out in the
seen
wild.
an animal eat a banana peel?
No, but I think they will.
Okay, well, I don't think they will.
Judge Dunaway?
I'll tell you what.
I personally,
I'm going to keep throwing mine out the window. I do not feel one bit bad about it.
I just have a problem with it being anything thrown from the vehicle that's in moving, because you don't know who's behind you, who's coming the other way.
I don't throw it. I throw it off in the weeds. I don't throw it with anybody behind me.
Maybe I don't want wild animals coming to eat that banana peel right there. I'd like it to be disposed properly.
I throw it wherever wild animals are.
Okay, let's skip to what would U.S. presidents look like with mullets.
All right.
Rockstar's got this.
So there's this artist. Who's his name? He's a Twitter.
Cam Harless.
Cam Harless. You need to follow him. He's done we're going to use different ones of these, but he did his most recent one was, what if presidents had mullets? And he did an art design of them, and we're just going to go through them. I think they are
pretty close on Trump already, right? He was mullet.
Yeah, I mean, his was on the way. Yeah. Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah,
that is so good.
You like that open collar too?
I do. I mean, Lincoln.
Isn't Lincoln a little bit of Ted Nugent? A little bit,
maybe.
Yeah, got his spectacles on.
Yep.
Barack Obama, great with a Jerry curl.
He's got a little Cuba Gooding Jr. from American Gangster in it.
Fantastic.
I like that.
Yeah.
There's your boy Trump.
Donald
Stone
Trump.
Cold.
I like how he's still got the same hair on top, basically.
That is Joe Dirt.
It is. Yeah. Joe Biden. That's Joe Ford. Oh, that's Gerald Ford. I thought it was Joe Biden.
No, Joe Biden's great. You're going to love Joe Biden.
The glasses threw me. I thought that was Joe Biden.
There's Joe Biden. Look like somebody kicked your ass.
Hey, a little William H. Macy from the eyes down.
Yeah, he really does. He got Kenny Stabler's old hair.
That's right. That's so good.
And then you got old Dick
Tricky
Nixon.
Dick. Tricky Dick's teeth are rough.
Yeah, they are. It looks like he's got a.
Yeah, it's like he's been eating shit all day.
I know. Wow.
He's got a grill.
He really does, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's the last one. That's the most interesting
Tricky
one.
Dick's got some fat Elvis.
I mean, if you're just going NFL team owners, let's run through them again. What team do they own? That guy owns the Raiders.
Definitely the Raiders.
Yeah, that's the Raiders. That guy right there owns
Dallas Cowboys.
It could be a Cowboys
Or the
owner.
Rams.
Yeah. Or the Rams.
That guy owns
Kansas City.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
That's a mob. That's a mob tie there. That guy right there does not own a team right there.
Yeah.
He owns.
We've already got a Raiders owner.
He owns the Steel Dogs.
No, he cleans the pool for the owner.
This guy probably would own a northeastern team.
Yeah.
Well, we'll give him ownership of the Jets. And that guy right there, that is going to be
Falcons
or Carolina.
Yeah.
Little southern roots to you there. All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by
Our friends at Mortgage Right. Look, buying a home is a huge milestone. That's why you need to let the experts at Mortgage Right help you out every single step of the way. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
C. Mills. At Next Round Live, I have goats. I feed them banana pills all the time.
close to the road, C Mills.
Lance has never seen a goat eat one, so you're wasting your time.
Either.
Well, I mean, she owns goats.
Do you throw them from your car on a U.S. highway?
I will if I pass a goat.
Yeah. Back in a moment on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
I gave you the MyBookie lines for tonight. But if you missed it, here we go. Mississippi State a 1.5-point favorite against Kansas State. That game's 5:30 on TBS. UConn a 4-point favorite over Arkansas. That game is 6:15 on CBS. Tennessee a 5.5-point favorite against Florida Atlantic. That's 8 o'clock on TBS. And UCLA a 1.5-point favorite against Gonzaga. That's 8:45 on CBS. All those times are central. It's all brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag.
That is where you go to play all these games. And listen, when you sign up at mybookie.ag and use code NEXTROUND, you'll get a sign-up bonus. Now, a lot of places will give you a bonus when you first sign up, but they'll attach, strings to it. You got to use it 5 times, 6 times, 10 times for it to become yours. Not mybookie.ag. Up to $2,000 in a sign-on bonus. It is yours after the first bet. One time, and it is yours forever. Mybookie.ag. All the games Jim just gave you for tonight, the Friday night games throughout the weekend, NBA games, major leagues coming up, all the football leagues. You got NHL games, weekly blackjack tournaments, UFC fights, all of that right there at mybookie.ag. Whether you're trying to make a little money or just have some fun, add some excitement to a game, you could do it right there at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND when you sign up. Mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND.
And of course, I knew when I scribbled down MSU today that eventually at one point I would say Mississippi State, not Michigan State.
Hill
My
State.
bad, Evan. That is, of course, Michigan State, a 1.5-point favorite against Kansas State. For a moment, I'm sure you were excited, Evan, that your team was back in the Sweet 16 tonight. But we do have 2 SEC teams, 3 teams left. Tomorrow night, if you're wondering, Alabama up to a 7.5-point favorite as of 8 a.m. this morning at mybookie.ag. First game out of the gate tomorrow. We'll hear from the Alabama players and coaches live from Louisville coming up next hour. Wendell Green Jr. coming up at the top of the hour. The NCAA making this announcement yesterday that they are not going to grant any waivers to players who try to transfer after coaches leave their school, because now you have the availability to do a one-time transfer or a graduate transfer. They're making it sound like they were talking specifically about basketball here, that if your coach leaves and you've already transferred in or used your transfer one time or you're not a graduate, sorry, no waiver. And they're not going to do that if your coach leaves. You disagree or agree with the NCAA on that?
That's tricky.
It's a tough spot, Lance, because you would like to say, I came to this school thinking I'm playing for Coach X. He's gone. He just left in the dead of the night, almost without warning.
But the same thing is, a complete roster could just
take up
and leave.
It could absolutely wreck a program. But part of me says that's not the player's fault. I mean,
didn't we have Murray State pack up and leave and go to LSU now. It didn't help them a ton, but didn't a bunch of them
pretty
leave?
much, yeah. I mean, it left very little behind.
And Iona is expected to lose both their starting guards to St. John's. They're expected to go with Rick Pitino. So you do see some of this happening. They're just saying, don't use your transfer if you think that you may be in a situation you want to later on have it. Hold on to that thing, or go ahead and get that degree before you move on.
I mean, that is the fortunate thing, is at least you have that now in your pocket.
You do, but if you've already used it, I mean, that's. I see all sides of this discussion.
Yeah, I think if you've already used it, though, you've got a little experience, a little older, a little more weathered. I think you probably handle it better when the coach leaves.
Little NFL news after Brownie tells us where we're broadcasting live tomorrow and the whole setup up there, including a special 12 o'clock hour on the show where Chris Stewart and Brian Passing will be with us.
Yeah, we are going to be at O'Shea's right there in Louisville. And as you see, if you're watching us, Lunsford's showing you that it is basically half a block from the Yum Center. If you're looking at the Yum Center, to your right, you'll see O'Shea's. It is a landmark in Louisville. They are pumped about Bama fans being there. They want to be the Alabama fan headquarters, so we told them we'll make it that for you. So you can come by and enjoy a drink or some great food with your fellow Alabama fans. We're there 9 to 1. Again, the game doesn't tip to 5:50, so you got plenty of time to get over to the Yum Center after enjoying some food and drink. And make it your headquarters all weekend long. You want to be down in that area where all the fans are? Make it O'Shea's. So we'll see you 9 to 1 tomorrow. We're going to do a specialty show Saturday from about 10 to 11. We'll be there at O'Shea's again. So make it your headquarters as long as Alabama's in Louisville. O'Shea's on Main Street right next to the Yum Center.
Yeah, perfectly located near the team hotel and everything, so we're excited to be there. Jets, they get rid of Elijah Moore, the former Ole Miss wide receiver. Elijah Moore and a third rounder sent to Cleveland for a second rounder. People inside the industry say that's more of the Jets rearranging the deck chairs and getting the things they need to eventually get Aaron Rodgers.
Well, you got 3 top 50 picks now if you're the Jets. You got 1-1, and you've got 2 in the second round. And maybe they could somehow package those 2 second-round picks, get a ladder back into the draft 1. Maybe that ultimately would be enough for Aaron Rodgers, especially if you absorb a good majority of his salary.
So you're thinking to yourself, Elijah Moore, I sort of like him as a receiver. Why would they dump him? They pick up Mecole Hardman yesterday.
Yeah, Mecole is a burner. This guy, I don't think he was utilized enough in Kansas City. Had some injuries, but a guy that can return punts, he can return kicks, great slot guy. He can take the top off of it, so he can do a lot of different things. Elijah Moore, though, still got a ton of potential. I mean, second round out of Ole Miss just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and then there's the Lamar Jackson saga. And we have Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson is probably the 2 biggest pieces that you continue to watch. And there is a buzz now that maybe the Indianapolis Colts are interested in Lamar Jackson, and they've got the 4th pick, so maybe they would go Lamar Jackson and pay that money. They have, I think, the second most under the cap of any other AFC team.
What's weird about it, though, is he does not fit the mold the Colts have had at quarterback basically since Peyton Manning. I mean, it's a totally different type of quarterback than they've had for the better part of 2 decades now.
Well, hey, look, play to your quarterback strength.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Lamar. I mean, he's an MVP. He's in his 20s still. You don't know what you're going to get, especially with Will Levis or Anthony Richardson.
So if you got Lamar Jackson, paid that money, and hold on to your pick, you can go a lot of places there. Best receiver, best defensive player, best interior lineman, whatever you wanted to do. I mean, there's some options there. I sort of, I said that about the Texans who had some cap money. Going after one of these guys and keeping those picks and getting young and really talented players, not quarterbacks, there's some value in that to me if I'm a Colts fan.
I don't disagree. I mean, the Colts, that's the piece they've been missing for the last couple of years, from Matt Ryan, Carson Wentz, some of these retreads. And you go from proven, or you go from potential to proven. And potential is what you get with Will Levis or Anthony Richardson. You know what you're going to get with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson and Will Anderson, Lamar Jackson and Jalen Carter, Lamar Jackson and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
Well, I like where I'm going. Well, I already have that roster that I have there. NFL is a fascinating offseason, and it'll be a fascinating draft as well. Pro Day continues in Tuscaloosa, a great crowd there as Bryce Young and 14 other former players from last year's team out there showing off, and a couple of other players, including DJ Fluker, trying to get back into the league. We'll talk to Wendell Green Jr. of the Auburn Tigers. He's scheduled to be with us next. He'll join us to chat up about the Auburn season and also the Houston Cougars, who are still alive in Sweet 16 action coming up tomorrow night. We'll ask him what Houston can do to win a national championship. The show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a championship performance from your son or daughter in the school, make it happen at Montevallo. Great class sizes, wonderful living in college there, beautiful campus, great social life. And then you have those 23 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Theater department with a brand new multi-million-dollar building, communications department, and a lot more. It's all at Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
4 games tonight, 4 games tomorrow night in the Sweet 16, and there was a moment just last weekend when it was 41-31 at the half. We thought the Auburn Tigers, Browning, we looked at each other. It looked like Auburn was on their way to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, it was a great effort by the Tigers, and Birmingham came up just a little bit short. Wendell Green is going to join us throughout the NCAA tournament. And we'll look back at a little bit of Auburn, but look forward to the Sweet 16 Elite 8 with Wendell. Is presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Don't let car trouble interfere with your big basketball plans in March. For the best in service in the greater Birmingham area, think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. Wendell with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's happening, Wendell? How are you?
What's going on? I'm good. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks a lot. I know it was a disappointing end to the season. How long, if you even have done it, does it take for you to get over the season ending that way?
It's hard. It's hard to get over it right now when you see other teams still playing. But you just got to move on and get back to work.
What was so different first half to second half? I mean, you guys were up 10 at the break. You went on that great run. It seemed like all the momentum, crowd was going nuts, and then Houston comes out and everything flipped.
Yeah, I think we were starting with our defense. In the first half we had 41 points. And a lot of our baskets were led from our defense. And then the second half, they just came out. They cut the lead. In the first 4 minutes. And then from then, it was just pretty much a close game. And then we had some opportunities at the free throw line and some shots. And, they capitalized and we didn't.
We'll talk to you a little bit more about Houston in a second. But I want to ask you, what's next for you? Have you planned out what you're doing next year when it comes to basketball? And what about some of your teammates? Do you have a feel of how this Auburn team is going to look and how you're going to be playing basketball in the near future?
I don't know everything, about my teammates for sure. But, for me, I love Auburn. I haven't thought about it too much yet or talked to my family about it. Still just thinking about last week. But, that's a conversation I'm going to have with my family, and, we're going to see what's happening next.
Well, it's fair enough, and I'm sure a lot of Auburn fans would love to see you back or do whatever is best for you in your future. Wendell Green with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Our visits with him presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. So as Houston moves on, they've got Miami coming up at the Sweet 16. It's just look, way more basketball than me, but sitting there watching them the 2 times I got to see them in person, just long and athletic. I mean, that's what struck me is how long and athletic they are, Wendell.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. At all positions outside of the 1 and 2, they're bigger and long, athletic, and they can play. And then you got Marcus Sasser and Sheed in the backcourt. 2 great guards in college. So yeah, they're definitely a 1 seed. And I think they showed us that in the second half.
Look, you guys have played Alabama multiple times, Tennessee multiple times. You've played Arkansas, so you've played some really athletic, really good defensive teams. Of that bunch, is there one that seems to be better than the other? I mean, would you make the argument, if we just put it down to Houston and Alabama, is there a more talented team between those two?
It's hard to say, without seeing, but I know Alabama beat them already, at Houston. So, if I was going off that, I would have to say Alabama. But they both make shots. Both teams make a lot of shots, and they defend the rim well. So, if it comes out of that game, it's going to be a great matchup.
I want to ask you about the basketballs that they're playing with in the tournament, and everybody's going to be what's the difference about the basketballs from what they play with in the regular season or not? So help me through this, because I've seen a lot of people sort of complaining about the new Wilson basketball.
Wasn't Mark Few one of them? The Gonzaga
Mark Few is one of them, and so it's not. I'm not saying it costs you a game, you lose or win, or anybody like that. But even people that are still playing are complaining about the new Wilson basketball. In one, that it's new when you're playing with it; it hasn't really been broken in. And two, that the people that put on the tournament overinflate the basketball. When you're at Auburn Arena or around playing in the SEC, is the ball not as overinflated as it seemed like it was the other night? Could you tell a difference in the basketball compared to the ones you play with in the regular season?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. In the SEC, that's the same basketball, Auburn, we use at home. But, we don't use it with that much air in it, And then, in the SEC, throughout the regular season, you might be switching the ball every game. We play with that ball at home. Then you go to a Nike school, you play with a Nike ball. And then you go to Texas A&M, you play with an Adidas ball. So it's not really consistent with the basketball. But the ones in the tournament, they are more inflated. And, the rims might be a little tighter. That's why y'all see the ball bouncing off harder and stuff like that. But, at the end of the day, it's still a basketball. So no complainer for me.
Would you feel confident that I could blindfold you and hand you a Nike basketball, and just by feel you could say, no, that's a Nike?
Yeah, for sure.
Really? So even Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, you could identify, and now in the tournament, Wilson, you could, or is it Wilson?
It is Wilson.
Wilson, you could identify that by feel with blindfolded.
Yeah, they all feel different for sure.
Hey, coming
especially when they're brand new too. When they're brand new, they can be slippery more often. When we play at home, we play with more of a used basketball. I pick the ball when we play at home, so I pick more of a used basketball it's more comfortable to play with.
So coming into the tournament, one of the major storylines was Marcus Sasser and that groin injury. He didn't play against Memphis in their championship game. He played limited minutes against Northern Kentucky. He looked really hurt. When he comes out against you guys, he plays 31 minutes. He looked like he was 100%. I mean, I don't know, when you guys were watching the film, did he look gimped up to you? And were you guys surprised he looked that healthy when you played this past weekend?
Nah, we for sure was at halftime. It was like, yeah, they not hurt for real. So, we was like, that must have been a game, they was playing. But no, I think he was hurt, but he came out ready to play. He fought through it. Playing against him, it didn't feel like he was hurt at all. So he did a good job of hiding it that night.
Listen, I won't go with you. Last time we joked about Charles Barkley on our show saying Auburn fans will be cheering for Alabama, Alabama cheering for Auburn. But is there a little bit of league pride for the rest of the tournament now that you guys are out for, not just Alabama, Tennessee, and Arkansas, that it makes your league look good if they win again and get to the Elite Eight?
Yeah, for sure. It makes the league look good. I'm not going to pray on anybody's downfall. I know guys on all teams, so, I hope they can do that. But it does make the SEC look good and the teams that we played against, and, makes our season look a little bit better when we beaten Tennessee, we beaten Arkansas, and lost to Alabama in overtime. So, I hope those guys can keep winning.
Wendell Green presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. A few more moments with him. As a point guard, if you could give advice to the Florida Atlantic point guard going against Tennessee's defense, because that could be a frustrating defense to play. You played it twice. What would you tell him?
Just be patient. I think when I played Tennessee the first time, I had a rough game because I wasn't patient and I was trying to force the issue. And then the second game, I was very patient. I don't think I scored my first points until like 5 or 6 minutes left in the first half. And, it just opened up for me, get my teammates involved first and then trying to score. So I think just being patient and letting it develop, and I think that's the key to beat their defense.
I'm sure it's really difficult after being eliminated to continue to watch this tournament, but will you watch this tournament?
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to watch the games for sure today.
Do you have to have a pulling interest when you watch a game, or you just watch it just to have fun?
Nah, I mean, I for sure pick a team, see if I can pick right. Like if I'm doing a bracket, I might turn the game on and be like, oh, I might want UConn over Arkansas, something like that. So it's interesting to watch, though. It's basketball and teams I played, so it's fun to watch.
If you had to guess, who wins the national championship?
UConn.
Oh, interesting. Is that? Did you do a bracket?
No, I didn't actually. Okay. I haven't done a bracket since a couple years ago, but I think UConn pull away.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're doing a bracket, the first thing you're going to do is put Auburn all the way. I mean, you got to think that way, right, Wendell? You'd have to think that way, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I didn't even.
But I like UConn right now.
Okay, UConn. Wendell Green's pick is UConn. All right, he is Wendell Green, the Auburn point guard. He will join us next week to talk about what he sees in the Sweet 16 and Elite 8. Thank you very much for the time, Wendell. Enjoy the games.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Wendell with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We're focused on basketball, just like Wendell there. Don't forget about keeping your vehicle in top shape. The ASE certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Rewind 25 years ago when Ryan Brown asked Rick Neuheisel, Coach, you do a bracket? Yeah, I got one. 2 days later, he's fired from his head coaching job.
He was gambling on his. Wendell didn't necessarily
the thing about Wendell
fill one out.
Is there's no reason to really fill one out because there's no way he's not going to have them winning the national championship.
That was my point. The first thing you got to do is put Auburn all the way through.
Yeah, but how many brackets do you fill out that you don't have any money on it?
I don't have any money on any of them.
Well, you got something.
I got a punishment, and then I'm in another league that's just for pride. Yeah.
Okay. I've never been in a bracket just for pride. It's either punishment or money.
You ever seen an animal eat a banana peel?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Will. We're humans,
Will
and
Levis
Will
is an
Levis
animal?
is an animal.
I've got
eats one in
nipples.
our
I've
commercial
got nipples,
break.
Greg. Can you milk me?
I've got nipples, Greg.
It's one
Can
of
you milk me?
one of the funniest
Secession
lines
returns
ever.
this weekend, right?
Yeah, looking forward to that. I can't believe it's the final season. They need to wrap it up, though, before they drag it out too long.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Very interested to see how this one plays out. I know the key here is dysfunction in the Roy family.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that.
Which is really interesting and surprising, right?
Yeah.
That's the way it's been from day one.
Such a good show.
We'll get to Louisville here in just a second when the Alabama players take the podium. And next couple of segments will be news conference settings up at the Yum Center in Louisville with the players and then Nate Oates. The news conferences of the players being brought to you today by our friends at Gutter Cap. See Stu and his team wanting to cap your gutters right now and get into a great financial situation when it comes to saving your home and making it look better. Maybe makes your home more valuable.
That's the thing, is it will make your home more valuable, and you'll never have to clean those gutters again. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum panel. It fits over your existing gutter, keeping debris out. You'll never clean the gutters again. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. Tell him the next round sent you. He'll come out and give you that free estimate. Cap it, don't snap it. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
While we wait on the players to make their way to the podium up there in Louisville, Brian Hodgson, yesterday being announced as the new Arkansas State coach, he and Charlie, of course, continuing to coach, Charlie going to Georgia Southern. Where are you on concern level? Not for right now, but moving into next year for Alabama.
Now that's a big deal because Alabama's obviously going to have an extremely talented Brandon Millerless, obviously in all likelihood, roster coming back. But I would have to think with the bright future in Tuscaloosa, with Nate Oates being locked down as long as he is, with the success he's already had, 2 SEC championships in his time there, an overall number 1, you'd have to think the line starts at the door for assistants, wouldn't you? You'd have to think he could pick a lot of guys out there that would leave their gig for this.
And it seems to me, LT, that in football, I think because you have coordinators, offensive and defensive coordinators, people who call the offensive and defensive plays, we have sort of a feel for, that would be a great assistant coach hire for so-and-so when so-and-so leaves. In basketball, I don't know where the list starts on replacing those two guys. It's just not because you don't have somebody calling the offensive plays at, say, UConn, that you'd be like, he would work perfectly in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it doesn't seem, I guess unless you are just all in on basketball, and I know the three of us really don't start getting into it until about February, but you just don't hear those big name assistants like you do in football. But this Alabama roster is going to be really good. So you're going to lose, obviously, Brandon Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Javon Quinterly is going to be a big loss.
Well, he's got another year, though. JQ's got another year he can play if he chooses to do. And I don't know that he's an NBA guy.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, so he can come back.
So, yeah, I guess he will come back.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I think Gurley has used all of his time.
I think this is it for Gurley.
And Dominique Welch, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think Dom Welch is okay.
The COVID years screw this up.
Yeah.
But they could have all that roster back except for Brandon Miller and more talented recruits. This team's not going anywhere.
And when there was speculation that, and this might sound crazy, when there was speculation that Miller might not be playing because of the situation back in January/February, I still think this team had the build of an Elite Eight even without him.
Yeah, I mentioned that to a couple of people, and they sort of scoffed at me. Let's head up now to the Yum Center in Louisville. Listen in to Brandon Miller, Mark Sears, and Javon Quinterly, the 3 Alabama representatives on the podium as we listen in.
The balls are just a little too bouncy. I don't think it's affected me personally this tournament, but it's been something that the guys talk about in the locker room.
More questions? Right side, back row. For Brandon, Ryan Hennessy, WVTM, NBC 13 in Birmingham. Just want to ask about the groin. How's it been, and how helpful was the break from Birmingham?
It's been really good. I feel like me and Clark spent a lot of time with it during the break, so I feel like I can just go out here and compete with my team at 100%.
Any more questions from, okay, back left side, back row.
Mark, Bryce Miller, San Diego Union Tribune. Seems like San Diego State's an interesting combination of physicality and size and really experienced guys. They don't play any underclassmen. How do you view them in terms of that type of matchup, inside?
Very older team, but I feel like we prepared with a great non-conference schedule and a great conference schedule to prepare for them.
Next question on the back row left side.
Trey Wallace, Outkick. Brandon, does San Diego State remind you of anybody in the SEC that you guys have played against this year? Maybe Texas A&M, maybe an Arkansas type of bunch. Who do they kind of look to you like?
I think they're being viewed right now from us. It's just a team that we have to go out and play really hard against. We know they're a veteran team, so they're going to be physical, probably more experienced than us. But I know that they're going to come out and play hard. I feel like we just have to come out and give the most energy that we can possibly bring.
Right side, center aisle.
Hey, Julian with Fox 5 San Diego. I guess for the three of you, what have you seen on tape from San Diego State so far that's led to their success to get to this point?
Well, we started watching film over the break. We saw that they played for 4 and 5, a legit 4 and 5. Feel like, we know that they're a veteran group, of course. I think we just have to come out and just compete.
Oh, yeah, I agree with him. A veteran group, the defense, they cause some teams problems, but I feel like we're prepared for them.
Yeah, definitely their physicality stood out. Like these guys said, veteran group, you could tell that, they've been playing college basketball for a while, and they look like a really good team on film.
More questions here in the interview room. Far left side, second row.
Danielle Lerner, Houston Chronicle. You guys have obviously experienced these last few weeks being the #1 seed, but when you look at this regional, there are, I guess, more underdogs, quote unquote, than there are in other regions of this tournament. Have you found any useful tricks or tips to kind of keep yourselves, as you've been dominating in your first 2 games, from getting complacent and kind of just trying to handle that dichotomy?
I feel like us as a group, we just take it slow. We don't overlook any team. We know this team is here for a reason. They beat highly talented teams. So we just have to come out here and just play our game, really, and just not let them speed us up or play at their tempo.
And another thing is we take it one possession at a time.
That was Brandon and Mark. Thank you. Question now, right side, back row.
Brandon, coming from Birmingham, the first 2 rounds, what's the message to the fans? Not too bad of a trip up 65. What do you want to see in the crowd tomorrow?
We know as a team they came out and showed out in Birmingham and Nashville. So we just hope to see them here in Louisville tomorrow and just root us on. And we always going to play for them and feed off their energy.
Okay. Left side, center aisle.
Tim Sullivan, Leo Weekly. We saw photographs of Coach Saban at your practice yesterday. Wonder what his message was, and has he cleared up the question about wrong place, wrong time?
It was a great experience in practice for me, I could say, because I always grew up being an Alabama football fan. So Coach Saban has always been a great role model for me. So it was just great just seeing him arm's length away from me.
Okay, next question, right side in the middle. Oh, okay. Well, let's go to front row here on the left.
Brandon, you've had a few games, the Houston game last week against Corpus Christi. I mean, a lot of players have games where they aren't all the way there, is there any common thread to your tough games that you've identified at this point that you have to solve each night?
Just knowing I have guys behind me to back me up when I'm not on each night, it's kind of a great thing to have. I think the leaders next to me here on this podium today they kind of challenged me to be the guy who I am today, on and off the court. So it's just not about scoring the basketball. I think it's the little things like playing defense, getting every rebound, taking charges, just really doing the dirty things on the court to get wins.
Okay, let's go to the front row on the right here, and then we'll take a Zoom question.
Gary Graves, Associated Press. I guess with Saban at practice yesterday, kind of brings attention to the fact that you all have brought a lot of attention to the basketball program from what is considered a football school. How have you all kind of embraced the, kind of getting that kind of profile these last 2 or 3 years? And where do you feel like it kind of establishes the school?
I feel like it kind of motivates us guys. I feel like we have a winning school. It's just not about the football team at Alabama. I feel like it's Alabama basketball, Alabama football, Alabama track. All the organizations there is just, I feel like it's just a winning program.
All right, that's the Alabama players up there, brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. When we come back, we'll hear from Nate Oates as the news conference continues on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. JohnsonRVCenter.com will bring you our coverage from the Yum Center in just a second as we continue March Madness when Nate Oates gets up there.
And they'll be part of our coverage from Louisville all weekend long, johnstonrvcenter.com. You can find them also I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Lifetime warranty. Best deals on fifth wheels, travel trailers, motorhomes, and toy haulers in the entire state of Alabama. They've still got closeouts on the 22s, 23s arriving every single week. Make every weekend spring break with Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on the podium up there. We were talking about Nate Oates having to replace assistants. When Nate gets up there, we'll start jumping into that as we get ready for Alabama playing against San Diego State tomorrow night. Alabama, 7.5-point favorite in that one. 5:30 on TBS tomorrow at 12 noon, live from Louisville. Chris Stewart and Brian Passink hopefully be with us for an hour. We'll sit around and just talk a little hoop with them at O'Shea's. So if you're heading down to the arena, make O'Shea's the place you go. We'll be there live 9 to 1 tomorrow, and then a little bit after the show. But the voice of the Crimson Tide and the analysts, Brian Passink and Chris Stewart, will be there with us the final hour as we'll anchor the show from up there and get ready to walk across the street to the Yum Center. Nate Oates is settling into his seat up there at the Yum Center right now. Alabama shoot-around today. It's his media day. They're going to pan left, but let's go ahead and take it, Rockstar, up there, and we'll get ready for Nate Oates' opening statement.
So we were in the Sweet 16 2 years ago. It's a lot different situation this year with having the arenas full. Completely different team. You know, Quinterly's the only scholarship player that was on both teams. He's obviously playing great for us now. He played great for us then, but come back with two separate teams. You know, all the teams in the Sweet 16 are pretty good. San Diego State's really good. You know, we've got two teams with us and them that are both top 5 in the country in defensive efficiency. They're a great defensive team. They've got a lot of players on the offensive side that can create shots. We're going to have to be great defensively. You know, there's similarities in that. There's obviously style of play differences. They play a lot slower. We try to get it up and down. You know, so it's going to be who can make it more their tempo. But I think we've been able to show that we win games in the half court too. You know, when you've got a good defense, I think you're in most games. So we're going to have to be great defensively. We're going to have to rebound the ball well. And, you know, we're still going to try to play fast, but we're not, you know, if you watch us play, we don't force the tempo on our defensive end. You know, we're not gambling, pressing, trying to get the tempo. We're playing pretty solid on the defensive end. So, you know, we'll push on offense, try to score early. If they're getting back and not letting us score early, we've won plenty of games in the half court too. So we're confident we can win either way, but we're going to have to be tough. They're an older group. We're younger. We don't have near the experience they have, which, you know, with most groups, I think that'd worry you. I think this group's shown how much maturity we have. And the fact that we're young doesn't mean that we're immature. It just means guys haven't played as many games and they're a little bit younger. I told our guys this morning, the NBA drafts a lot of young players and they start them early in their career and they're pretty good. Like, I think you guys have been mature, and this lack of experience that people are talking about, I'm not worried about it because you guys have shown how mature and prepared you can get. The age doesn't necessarily matter. It's more what your mindset is, how focused you are, how mature you are when you walk in. So we're looking forward to playing a great game. We're happy to be here. It's a great time for Alabama basketball.
Thank you, Coach. Let's open it up. Start here on the right side. We'll go 1 and 2.
Ryan Hennessy, NBC 13 in Birmingham. Coach, this location, the reason why you guys are here, the fans is a big reason. Quick trip. What's the message to the fans that can make a long weekend out of this?
They've been great for us the entire NCAA tournament. We'd love it for them to come support us just like they did in Birmingham. Yeah, and when you get the #1 overall seed, you get to choose your first 2 locations. So we chose the 2 closest places, obviously Birmingham and now here. So, you know, it's not too long of a drive, and we need their support. They've been great for us all year. We love to hear them. We loved having them in Birmingham. We loved them having them in Nashville for the SEC tournament. So just a little further, you can stop through Nashville on your way up here to Louisville.
Dana O'Neill with The Athletic. Nate, John Calipari used to like to say, I'm not going to let anybody steal my joy. And with everything that's been going on around your program, have you, and maybe even more importantly, your players, been able to enjoy this?
Yeah, we're having a blast. We're winning games. We know who we are. We've got a great group of guys that lean on each other, that have come close. We've never lost sight of the fact that we have a heartbreaking situation surrounding the program. Like, that's the fact that we have such a good group of guys enables them to keep that, as they should, be a serious matter, and it has been. But, you know, you play basketball from the time you were young to get to these moments, and we're going to enjoy these moments. That they've earned the right to enjoy the moment they're in, and I think our guys are having a lot of fun. And you know what? I delete all social media apps off my phone before the season. I encourage our guys to spend more time watching film and everything. We're going to control the stuff we can control, and our guys have done a great job being cognizant and aware of the entire situation we have going on, the big picture stuff, but they've done a great job of being where their feet are at and focusing on the details at hand. When we're in a video session, that's where our minds are at. When we're in practice, that's where our minds are at. We're focused on practice. When we come into the games and the ball goes up, our entire focus is on what we need to do to win that basketball game. So I think that's enabled us to enjoy the moment as we're in the moments too.
Okay, a bunch of questions on this right side. We'll start in the front, then middle, then back.
Nate, the three-point shooting numbers across the tournament are pretty low. The actual ball itself keeps coming up. I think one of your guys said that, you know, guys in the locker room are talking about it. Other sites, guys have talked about it. Is this an actual thing? Should there be a uniform ball across college basketball? You know, have a new ball for the postseason seems kind of odd.
Yeah, we kind of had the discussions as staff. So I'm big on the players being as comfortable as they can be. The environment, we try to shoot in the arena we're in. If we get into a place, we shoot the night before. You know, Charlie Henry, who was in the NBA, was on our staff, he's just like, I have no idea how college doesn't have a uniform ball. Like, you couldn't imagine you're in the NBA, everybody plays with the same ball every night. So here we've got all the different balls we could possibly play with through the year. Garrett, our equipment manager, has, enough of them that the days leading into that particular game, we play with that ball. Nike School, Wilson, whatever, go down the line. I do think it'd be a lot better if the NCAA mandated a particular ball. I'm sure there's money aspects involved with all that. I don't play anymore. I used to play. I still shoot occasionally when we're in there with the guys. I've felt the ball. You can pump up any ball to be too hard. It'd be great if the referees actually made sure it was within the guidelines of how hard it's supposed to be pumped up. Because obviously if you pump it up to where it's a rock, you're not going to shoot as well. It's going to come off the rim every time it hits us. But I don't see that there's an issue with the ball. I think defenses get better. As you look at the teams that are still winning, most of them have pretty good defenses. When the defenses get better, shooting percentages go down. I'm sure the NCAA is on top of making sure the balls are all going to be correctly inflated and all that here for these Sweet 16 rounds. But we got to do a great job of getting our shooters open shots, and I'm not going to be too worried about the ball. I'm going to be more worried about the stuff I can control. We preach it to our players all the time. I have zero control over the ball. I don't think there's an issue with it. Let's make sure we get our really good shooters as many good looks as we can and get the percentages up to where we need them to be.
Staying on the right side, third row.
Hey there, Coach. Obviously, Coach Saban stopped by practice yesterday, but a day before that, he had some pretty pointed words about a player that had gotten into trouble on his own squad. And, that man is intentional just with some of his word choice. I'm curious if you took that to be a criticism of how the basketball team has handled the tragic situation this winter.
Yeah, so he and I talked that night, and I didn't take it that way at all. Got a ton of respect for Coach. I said my opening press conference when I got hired at Alabama that he may be the best coach for team sports in modern sports history. When I was a high school coach back in Romulus, I had a whole section of Saban quotes in our practice plan. I still have it. I probably use them a little less now that we're here, and they get plenty of Saban quotes just in the regular media. But I've got a ton of respect for him. He's been tremendously supportive of our program since he's got here. He says it all the time. He wants the entire athletic department to do well. He's been at multiple games this year. He came yesterday to speak to the team, and he was good. Players loved it. He and I got a great relationship, and I'm really thankful for the support that he's given us and continues to give us with the basketball program at Alabama.
Okay, we have 2 more questions here in the back row on the right, and then we'll go to the left side.
Billy Witz with the New York Times. Nate, the Alabama, I'm sure like a lot of schools, they bring in speakers either externally or internally to address things like how to treat women, NIL opportunities, even media training. And I'm just wondering, even though like guns are legal in Alabama, I understand, but they're not allowed to be on campus. Are athletes at all counseled or addressed on issues dealing with guns?
Yeah, we've had, like you said, we bring in speakers of all different types throughout the year. We've had that's been addressed. They certainly, and we've got an unbelievable administration with us, and they take the opportunities when it's appropriate to re-emphasize things that have been previously talked about and need to be emphasized, and that's been done. And I think our administration and our coaching staff's done a great job using the resources we have at Alabama to really help these young men grow into better adults and better citizens moving forward.
What was the message before? I'm sorry if this is the one. What was the message then, I guess at some point earlier this season before the shooting about guns and whether, just...
I mean, we emphasize you have to follow university policy. There's university policy, and as a student athlete, you should be well above reproach on all university policies regarding any of that type of stuff.
Okay, next question here on the right.
Nick Kelly, Tuscaloosa News. Nate, San Diego State's three-point defense is, I think, number 4 in the country. What stands out about that group and what they do against around the perimeter?
Yeah, so if you look at the way they guard, a lot of teams get their threes off, running a ball screen or an action, and you got to pull a third defender in. That guy's got to go from rotation to help. They switch a lot, 1 through 5. I think they switch all the time, 1 through 4 on ball screens. A lot of times they switch with the 5. Sometimes they don't. They definitely have it in their package. But when you switch, you don't have to pull a third defender and you guard the pick and roll with 2. Now you may have to get some help on a post up or helping your big, but they do a great job. As a whole concept of how they guard defensively. Their coaching staff does a great job, but then their players individually, we get a lot of threes. Our guys are able to beat players one-on-one, so obviously they switch. They've got their power forward or center on, our point guard, and they can beat them, get in the lane. All of a sudden help comes, we spray the ball out. They do a great job not getting beat. So, people can look at, just get out, challenge. Well, it's more than that, because if you don't help once you get beat, you're giving up a layup. You see some teams just refuse to help. They're scared of the way we shoot it, so they're not going to help, and we end up with 40 at the rim attempts and shoot 80% of those. So you can't just choose to not help off our shooters, or you're going to give up layup after layup after layup, unless you can sit down and guard the ball and not get beat. They have really good individual defenders that don't get beat. We're going to have to do a great job on our offensive end. We've played some really good defenses in the SEC. You look at Tennessee's. If you look at the top 5 defenses, I think we're one of them. And then after we play San Diego State, I think we'll have played 3 out of the 4. So we played against great defenses. They didn't have fun. We lost at Tennessee. This is another one of them. We're going to have to be on point. They're tough. They're physical. They're big. They're strong. They move their feet. They take pride in it. So we're going to have to do a good job and be sharp. And we can't turn the ball over. That's another issue. They will force turnovers with how physical they are too.
Got time for one more question, actually, and that's on the second row on the end, on the left.
Right here, Nate. Danielle Lerner with the Houston Chronicle. I'm curious, with the David and Goliath narratives that tend to be really common throughout this tournament, how do you approach that as a 1 seed? Do you lean into it, or do you try to kind of flip it on its head a little bit, to motivate your guys and prevent from overlooking your opponents?
Yeah, I think what makes the NCAA tournament such a great event is what you're talking about. I mean, I go back to when I was a kid and you see these, I'm thinking about Bryce Drew and hitting a shot at Valpo and just all those great upsets and shots. So, but you've also got great games between two great teams. I'm thinking about, Bobby Hurley's Duke team where Christian Laettner hit the shot against Kentucky. I mean, that's one of my best memories, watching two really good teams play. So you don't just have to have the upsets to make for great TV and for the fans. You can have really good teams going at it, which is what I think we've got here. We never lie to our team and try to tell them this, we don't try to, we tell them the truth. So we tell them, when we're focused and concentrating on what we're supposed to be focused on, we should be the best team in the country. Now, we need to play like it, and we've had enough games this year where we haven't done that. So we're not trying to flip it and tell them anything different. They know we're the number one overall seed. They know what we're capable of when we bring it, but we need to bring it. They also know we're capable of losing at Oklahoma by a large margin. We lost to Tennessee. We didn't guard very well against Gonzaga. Took a loss last regular season game of the year. We went to A&M. Weren't what we needed to be. We've taken enough losses against good teams and some that weren't as good to where they know what they have to do on any given night. So, no, we're not. I mean, the David Goliath thing, from here on out, I think we're going to be playing really good teams. That's going to be two great teams going at it, and it'd be good for college basketball, and our guys just got to be ready to go.
That is Nate Oates, live up in Louisville, just outside of the Yum Center. We'll be there tomorrow live at O'Shea's near the Yum Center, just right across the street for our live show 9 to 1. Still 2 more segments to go here today. We're back in a moment.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
All right, back with you on the next round. A couple more segments to go until we hit the road up to Louisville. We'll be at O'Shea's tomorrow. What'd you guys make of the Nate Oates news conference here? First, before we get into the other stuff that was asked of him away from basketball, it was funny. I read on the Field of 68 today a study about the Wilson basketball being overinflated in these games. In the Field of 64, three-point shooting was 30.9%, and the round of 32 it was 30.7%. So one of every three was going in. It's below the average normally of the NCAA tournament. Some of the players, some of the coaches were complaining about the basketballs, that the administrators who put on these tournaments are not the schools. Apparently we play with deflated balls during the regular season, which makes them more friendly on the rim, and they're overinflated here at the NCAA tournament. So not shooter-friendly, if you will.
Yeah, I don't know why you would make this change. You play with a certain ball all year, and this is what Nate Oates said, and then you make a change for this tournament. Look, and I know everybody's on even playing ground because everybody's playing with the same ball, but still, it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, especially the inflation of the ball. It seems like there should be a standard there for that, even in regular season games. But it makes it sound like, in fact, one coach, anonymous coach, said nobody plays with a fully inflated basketball ever.
Well, and the different brands, like Wendell Green telling you, we could blindfold him and he could tell you this is a Nike ball, this is an Adidas ball, this is a Wilson ball, this is an Under Armour ball. And you know, I get that. Like, if I'm Nike and Alabama's one of my schools, I want to wear my shoes, my gear, and I want to play I'm trying to sell those basketballs, right? I want video of the Nike basketball with the Alabama emblem on it.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm paying a lot of money for this.
That's right. And, you know, Wilson's one of my competitors. So is Under Armour, so is Adidas. So I don't want Alabama, if I'm going to pay that kind of money, them playing with an Adidas ball.
Yeah, but you can't switch it out every possession. What if it's a Nike team playing, let's say San Diego State? No.
Yeah. I get it in the NCAA tournament. I'm just saying when it's my home game.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Yeah,
when it's my home game, why am I going to play with a ball of a competitor company to the company that's funding my program?
That's why you got the Nike balls.
That's right.
In places, Adidas balls.
Now, once you get to the NCAA, it's their show. You really lose all your say-so.
Yeah, but you could technically play two halves with different balls.
You could. Now, like,
sounds very Olympic-ish.
Well, I mean, so does using a brand new ball and in the pressure being totally different.
It does seem like it's the pressure, and they were making it sound like the guys at Night Edie said, Dunaway, you be in charge of inflating the balls, and I just go in there and pump it up until I couldn't pump it up anymore, and then let's roll them out there. And the things were bouncing like Super Balls at times. Everybody talking about it today at the tournament. Real quickly, what was said about the Nick Saban coming to meet the team and everything else that was asked of Nate Oates there. Thought it was probably the best news conference I've seen Nate Oates have so far since this incident happened.
Yeah, he's had a lot of news conferences where you can tell the situation has worn on him a little bit, and he's a bit uptight. He seemed pretty relaxed right there, honestly.
Well, I think he's had enough experience with it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point.
I think we were all talking in here during that, really surprised how deep it was into that presser that it took to ask the question regarding Nick Saban's comments.
Yeah, usually, for those that have never followed what happens with news organizations, usually a reporter is assigned a particular story that day, and when you have a news event that intertwines with sports, there are news reporters that would handle, say in this case, the murder back in January and the aftermath of that, while somebody else is handling the sports side of it all. And it's whoever gets to the question first. Sports people that have to do sports stories are asking sports questions. The news people are asking the news questions, and sometimes everybody else is working in their own lane, and it takes a while to get to what some people would think, why I'm here. I want to hear what he says about Nick Saban. All right, one more segment here before we hit the road up there. Don't forget, tomorrow, 9 to 1 live from Louisville at O'Shea's, just across the street from the Yum Center. And from 12 to 1, we'll hear from the Alabama broadcast team, including play-by-play voice Chris Stewart, who will join us on site there at O'Shea's. That should be your landing spot. If you're an Alabama fan on your way down to the arena, just come by there, whether you can make it 9 to 1 with us or afterwards. Tip is early after 5 o'clock before you make your way across to the Yum Center. Hang out at O'Shea's with us or right after we're done and enjoy the great food and drink with our friends at O'Shea's in downtown Louisville.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Final segment here today as we get ready for the 4 games tonight in the Sweet 16. Alabama a 7.5-point favorite tomorrow night. Houston a 7-point favorite. Creighton a 10-point favorite. And Texas a 4-point favorite. Better basketball games tomorrow night or tonight?
Oh, tomorrow night. No, excuse me, tonight.
Yeah, tonight.
Tomorrow night could be a bunch of blowouts.
Yeah.
Tonight, every game could come down to a final possession.
Yeah, it does feel that way. So if I ask you the question here in our final 5 minutes of the show that's brought to you by our friends at Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, and that beautiful can and that beautiful blue color when you're looking for the drink this year when it comes to your lake or your beach trip or out by the pool, our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. If I say closest game tonight, give me the one first.
Closest game tonight, Gonzaga, UCLA.
I think so too. Biggest blowout tonight?
UConn and Arkansas.
UConn and Arkansas.
UConn blows Arkansas out, you think?
I would lean that way. I stayed away from that game. I've got the other 3 games out there. I stayed away from it, but if UConn is on, watch out.
Brownie, for you, biggest, first of all, closest game tonight.
I'm going to say Michigan State, Kansas State. It's going to be a tight game. down to the wire. Lance tells you Michigan State's going to win it and going to win it by at least 1.5 or more.
Just give me a 2-point win.
It's just a 2-point win. I say it's going to be a tie. I think Lance's going to have to sweat the lock tonight, but he's going to get it.
Oh, we never got from Lunsford what we.
Yeah, we'll get to that right here. Lunsford's microphone in just a second. It's a great reminder there. Biggest blowout tonight, who'd you say?
Why do I feel like Tennessee over Florida Atlantic?
That's my biggest blowout. I think Tennessee.
I'm going name brand there.
That's the biggest
so
number
dangerous.
tonight.
It is the biggest number, but I'm also going name brand there, which I shouldn't do.
I agree with LT on UCLA and Gonzaga, and I think the biggest blowout is going to be Tennessee over Florida Atlantic. But I could see UConn and Arkansas if Arkansas doesn't play their A game. We'll see what the SEC does tonight, two of their teams in action. Lunsford, we got about 3 minutes left. If I asked you, when it comes to our bracket challenge, biggest games on this Thursday evening, as far as our bracket challenge goes, what can you give us?
UCLA Gonzaga tonight. Jim can get 40 for UCLA. Lance can get 40 for Gonzaga. Brown had TCU in there, so TCU moving on.
So just right there, there's no way. I mean, Brown's hurt there, right?
Yeah. Because he had TCU moving on.
I lose points no matter what there.
Yeah, and Dunaway can get points with UConn.
Yeah, then UConn, Jim. So, Jim, if UCLA and UConn both win, then barring Alabama winning the championship, you're going to be in pretty good.
Yeah,
I've got to win.
I've got a chance of having 6 of the final 8, and that, I don't want to get back to my scoring discussion the other day. But if I have 6 of the final 8, how many final 8s can you have, Brownie? Or you, LT?
I can have.
If everything goes your
4.
way, you can have 4 of the final 8, and that's as good as you can be.
Yep.
Brownie, what about you?
I'd have to go look. I forgot who I picked.
Lance can have 4. Brown can have 4. Jim, you can have 6. Yeah.
I got 6 of 8,
and I've only got 2 Final Fours possible.
So you've already lost 2 Final Fours.
Yep.
I've only lost 1 so far, and we've all got our national championship game left. No, Brown had Kansas.
I had Kansas. Yeah.
Both of y'all had Lance and Brown both had Kansas losing.
Oh, you had Kansas in the championship game too.
Mm-hmm.
So big Houston fan here for me. So if I just get
you need Alabama to get there but not win. I mean, you can cheer for them all the way until the championship.
But if Houston just gets to the championship game now, it sounds like I could almost lock this up.
It could be locked up potentially depending on what happens.
Hey, in the graphic you're showing right there, people are noticing Rockstar had Purdue in the Final Four twice, which I mean,
whoever it was,
a good team.
Again, people were like, there was a mistake there. I was like, I don't know, it is Rockstar, so I would not put anything past him.
My Final Four was Arizona, Purdue.
Arizona's the one that's
Arizona was one, okay.
Kansas and Houston or something like that.
All right. Doesn't really matter. Arizona went out almost as soon as Purdue did, so it really didn't affect you.
Picking Purdue in your Final Four was such a bad pick. We penalized you twice is what that was.
I'll tell you, tomorrow night would be a lot more exciting if Arizona would have won. If you had Arizona and Creighton.
Oh, what a game, huh?
Yeah. And then it would make that Alabama game even look. I mean, Creighton's going to be a tough game if Alabama survives San Diego State. But Arizona, Creighton, you knew one of those would be fantastic. All right, off to Louisville. Brown's in charge of the food all weekend long. I expect nothing but great meals. You're on a 1-game winning streak with me with
I know.
The cow and the cork and the cow.
Cork and cow, Jim. Tomorrow night's going to be a little tough because I want to go to a place where we can watch the games. So I got to find out what mixes that, good TVs and good food.
Tomorrow night we'll be at the games.
No, I mean Saturday. I'm sorry, Saturday night.
Yeah.
I want to go to a place where we can watch the game. So I'm going to have to mix good TV and good foods. It makes it a little more difficult.
Well, no pressure. I said you're in charge all weekend long. So.
Yeah, no pressure whatsoever.
Yeah,
and you're on a 1-game win streak.
Yeah, I get to play the role of the the sidekick all weekend. Oh, God, I was hoping for a better meal than this, but I'll.
It's the best you can do, Brown?
You guys have fun.
Thank you, Lance.
I'll miss you guys.
Well, we'll talk to you on the air tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time. Look for us at O'Shea's if you're heading to Louisville. If you're already up there listening to us, swing on by. It's right next to the Yum Center. Great place to hang out and get revved up and ready to go, alcohol-wise, before you walk across the street to Yum Center. Always remind you to walk responsibly. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.